Perfect timing. Hello there, my friends. This is stream number 369. I am really tired, but I'm going to stream anyway. That's right. Hey there, Nui. So, I am going to look into SQLite today because both my game and my stream helper are starting to feel the burden of me not storing my data in a rational and sane manner. I've been storing all of the game's data and all my stream helper's data as well in JSON files. And as they get bigger, it becomes more and more overhead for these programs to read and write their data to persistent storage. So they're starting to feel the pain quite significantly, especially on the production system the game is running, where it takes 20 seconds now, upwards of 20 seconds for the game to start. So I'm going to look into SQLite. Hey there, cat peasant. How are you doing today? So SQLite was recommended by some viewers, and I started looking into it before the stream thinking, looks kind of cool. So I'm going to investigate it and see if it is right for me. If not, we have a few other options. Let me see if I can find where I put them. I think it was in the to-do. Right. So some other options we could look into if SQLite isn't right. There's MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, Redis, MongoDB, KeyDB, CouchDB, Cassandra. So lots of different databases out there. I was attracted to SQLite because some viewers recommended it to me, and also because it is a very lightweight standalone C library that we can embed directly into the program, so I don't need to have a complicated build system or anything like that. So we'll see how it goes. But mostly I'm worried that it might not scale well enough, but I think it fits the architecture that I've set aside or set up so far. So the way I'm thinking about doing it, I open this, which I forgot to do. Because my game server runs in a cluster where each member is its own process and keeps its own copy of the game, it kind of fits to have SQLite because that is embedded in the program. So each program would have SQLite in it and have its own copy of all the data, like it already does. Only we now make, hopefully, the storage and retrieval of the data vastly more efficient, and I don't have to... They don't have to do it from scratch like I've been doing everything else. Because I'm not really too interested right now in doing from scratch actual database stuff. I'd rather just use something fast and efficient and easy to embed. Kind of like how I didn't make my own scripting language. I just went with Lua for the scripting. It's mostly just feeling my way through what do I want to do in this project from scratch and what do I want to do from libraries. So, for example, I had needed compression, right? So I didn't try to figure out my own compression. Instead, I used zlib. I guess it's lowercase, right? And for encryption, I know I needed encryption for security. I didn't try to make that one myself. Instead, I used LibreSSL. I would have used OpenSSL, only I couldn't really get that to build in my architecture using CMake. LibreSSL came with a CMake file, and so it became the preferred encryption, especially since LibreSSL is really just an OpenSSL fork for OpenBSD, so it's theoretically got everything that I need from OpenSSL and works sort of the same way. So other things that I haven't written myself were password strength. We ended up, that's too deep of a subject for me, so I ended up going with yet another library rather than do it myself, and that was the, I think that's the name of it? Hold on. It's the bottom row characters. It's in this list here. ZXCVBN-C. Right, so now I'm adding a fourth one, which is database, and SQLite is the candidate right now. So we're going to look into it together. Hey there, Red Sky 1. How are you doing? And I believe... Hold on. If you SQLite, and it's great. There's a Go project out there called SQLite, which is clustered SQLite using Ref, but I've not used that, so I can't say if it'll be for you. Oh, that's good to know, though. Thank you very much for that. Let me put that in here as a note in the to-do. So I did promise that I would let Playing with Scissors know when I'm going to start looking into databases. So let me find in Discord where the message where he had asked for that. Hold on. I don't remember if it was a direct message or in the channel. And I don't even remember how long ago it was. I guess I'll just look for it. Maybe it was in chat. Maybe I'll just let him know. Let me write him a message real quick. I think you asked me to let you know when I was going to. Hey there, Aiden Garth. How are you doing? Look into databases. I think you asked me to let you know. Well, kind of spur of the moment, I decided to look into them today, specifically SQLite. I'm looking at it today. Actually, I just said that. Okay, did what I promised to do and let Playing with Scissors, one of my mods, know that I was going to look into this today. I have no idea if he's going to be online or not, but we'll see. You would also have to think about database layout. What if you change your structures and thus need to change the DB data? How are you going to communicate with that? Probably through migration scripts. So that's what I've seen Adam do. No more big JSON file. That's right. Just put the JSON as a row in SQLite. Yeah, the idea is to follow in what I've seen others do. For example, Adam13531. You all know him, right? He was using, I think, MySQL for Botland, and whenever he would change the shape of the databases, he would make a migration script, and so he accumulated a chain of migration scripts that he could run from any point to move data forward. So I'll probably end up doing the same thing, although I don't know how to do it yet. So today is going to be mostly research and exploration, and this is what I was thinking of. Let's put it in the plan today. Plan. Read about SQLite, and then experiment using SQLite instead of JSON files. So the idea would be to start an SQLite database alongside the game snapshots. Begin to store a parallel copy of the game's data. Move parts of the game's data into the database one piece at a time. So, like, for a while, I'll have the JSON and the SQLite in parallel, and I think what I want to do is have consistency checks between the game's JSON files and the SQLite databases, and just have that running for a while. And after a while, once I've gained confidence that the SQLite has the same information as the game's JSON data, then I can maybe switch. Oh, the other thing is I want to carefully measure the performance of both JSON file read, write, and SQLite queries. Equivalent. Wait there, AEM 1984. You're interested in SQLite, you've learned that it's very good for MetaDB. Well, we're going to find out today, too. Hey there, Oblivioner. Why investigating? Because I don't know enough about it yet. I haven't used databases like MySQL in years, so I have a bit of refreshing to do, learning, and like, yeah, I don't really know how to do anything yet with SQLite. So, but I previewed their website this morning, and it looked promising. Is that a browser DB? No, it's an embedded. If you just go to their homepage, here's their homepage. It's a C library that implements a full-featured SQL or SQL, however you want to say it, database engine. It's small, fast, self-contained, highly reliable, highly featured. These are all keywords that I like. Small, fast, self-contained. C language library, so that I can embed it. That its format is stable, and the developers have pledged to keep it that way through the year 2050. And that would be cool, right? So a lot of good things about it. And it's public domain. It's free for everyone to use for any purpose. These are all good things so far. It's in a billion phones, just any device you could think of. Yeah, it's everywhere. It's the go-to embedded DB. See, all these are good reasons why we should look into it, right? Hey there, Flask. And don't call me late for dinner. I like that name. Call you anything, just don't call you late for dinner. And Oblivioner, hello. I had no idea what ECN 99 is. What's ECN 99? ECN 99. I don't know. Did I miss anything in chat? I saw a flurry of chat. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna learn together. So I don't need. What was I on? I was on my plan today. Right. So it's going to be probably an ongoing experiment where I incorporate more and more of the game's data into the SQLite and just carefully measure the performance difference between the two. And we'll start with the test environment on my computer, but then as quickly as I can, I want to move it into production to start measuring it. You can easily export it from the USA. Oh, I see. Oh, the DuckDB looks interesting in Anna. Okay, so, I still have this list. I can still write down more options to look into. DuckDB and Anna. I have no idea what these are, but let's write them down. Give Flask a point. And that's your first point, so you get a second point. Yay. The column types in SQLite are only a suggestion. Kind of weird to wrap your head around if you're from standard SQL. So I have very, very limited self-taught knowledge about SQL. So I might have to rely on chat a little bit. Also, refreshers on SQL or SQL. See, I don't even know. Is it SQL or SQL? I guess I say SQL more often than I say SQL, but I tend to kind of ride both sides of that. Both? Yeah. Okay, what does this mean for me? I'm going to start looking at their homepage, so let's reflect that in my current task. I'm not starting up the stream anymore. I am reading about SQLite, and the purpose is... How do I want to phrase this? Investigating whether or not it's right for me. There we go. So again, if you guys want to read along, here's a link to SQLite. Like I was reading before, it's a C library, implements a small, fast, self-contained, highly reliable, full-featured SQL database engine. It's the most used database engine in the world. A lot of good things. Stable, cross-platform, backwards compatible. The file format's going to be that way for until 2050. It's commonly used as containers to transfer rich content. The only thing that's weird that I've seen so far is they have their own version control system. So if you go to download, I think, and you scroll down to source code repositories, they talk about Fossil. You can clone the entire repository as long as you use Fossil instead of Git. The limited investigation I did this morning, which was about 2 minutes long, is it looks like they just decided to make their own version control system It actually looks really promising, but I had never heard of it before. Yeah, that makes sense. So the author of SQLite wrote Fossil too. So I don't know. I'm a little wary of something that is very little used. So even when Git first came out, the company I was working at, one of the people in my team said, "Hey, let's all move from Subversion to Git." And I'm like, "What's Git?" And then he gave us. I asked him to give a presentation to my team about what Git was, and he did. And I'm like, I don't know. We're all using Subversion and Perforce around here. This Git thing looks a little too exotic, and so we ended up not going with it at the time. But then, as Git became more and more popular in the world, I eventually moved to it myself, and then a lot of other people around me did as well. Your first interview, you were asked if you knew SQL. I said no. Later in the interview, I said SQL. They were very confused. I see. Yeah, as far as I know, the company I worked at before is still using Perforce for all of their core software, not the open source Android stuff, but for the core drivers and stuff. Let's see. How about Bedrock DB? That's a unmodified SQLite with a distributed engine retrofit. It's very neat. Okay, what about it? I don't know. Give you another point, and I will take your comment and put it in my to-dos. I don't know anything about it. So when I'm in an investigatory mood, I'll probably look at all these things. So I want to not get too invested in SQLite. I want to not have the game switch to it right now, but have it kind of sit there as on the side as an experiment to start with. And then maybe what I can do is bring in other databases in parallel and just go with several of them until I've just made a decision. I think I'd like to make a decision based on experimental data. So I want to try it out with the game, have it used in parallel, but not the game relying on it. And therefore, like, if there are things I don't know how to put into whatever database we're doing, it doesn't matter. It's just that copy of the game will be missing information, but it won't be the primary copy. So then by putting it in the game, though, it even as a thing on the side, it gives me practice in using these databases, and then lets me evaluate if they will be suitable or not. So anyway, back to their site. So I did look at their license to make sure it's something that isn't not too scary. It actually is very surprising to me. Their software is completely in the public domain, which is the most open source you can get. It's so open that they scare some companies who want to see a written license. So they actually have a company you can purchase a warranty from to assert that the authors of SQLite are the true authors and that the authors have the legal right to dedicate it to the public domain. So I don't think we need to go that paranoid. I think we can just be satisfied that there's probably not going to be any licensing issue because it's a public domain. So next is like, how do I get my hands on this thing? And what was I reading about here? There was a very interesting option here. Right, the amalgamation. I've run into this before with nLoman's JSON. nLoman JSON, which is actually a really cool library if you want to use JSON in C++. If you to integrate, they say it's a single file to include everything. So you just include one header file, right? So it's the same concept, just for convenience of reuse. The authors of both nLoman's JSON and SQLite have made versions of their code that fit into a single file. So right here, it's a single file called SQLite3.c. Basically, their entire library in one file. And I think that that's cool because we're not going to be debugging or developing SQLite. We just want to consume it. And it's easier to consume in a build system if it's a single line, even if it's a huge 220,000 line long file. We're never going to look at it. We're only going to let the compiler consume it. So I really like this idea that we just need to get one file and add it to our code base somewhere. Some countries don't recognize public domains, so it's been a mild problem for the SQLite author. Really? That's strange that a country wouldn't recognize public domain. Everything has to be owned by somebody. I guess. But from my understanding of the spectrum of open source and closed source, public domain is on the extreme of open source. You're a big time SQL fan? Oh well, welcome to the channel. Timo Trohal? Hi. You don't really like adding library files directly to the project repository? I could still make a Git repo with just one file in it. It might make sense also to make a repo in order to store other things in it too. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll make a new repo which just has SQLite 3. And they probably have like a README along with it. So having a repo for it would probably be smart for containing any. Let's see what they get. What do we get if we download this? Let's just do it. Version 3.31.1. Let's go for it. I'm downloading it now. What's in it? It has, it's got 4 files. It's got shell.c, SQLite 3.c, SQLite 3.h, and SQLite 3ext.h. There's not even a README though. That's fine. I will put these in a new directory, I think. Let me open folder here. Projects. New folder. SQLite. Okay, why is that not working? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. SQLite. And I'm just dumping all the files in there. So this should show up here. Close that. These are the files I got. I got shell.c, which is 19,000 lines. I got SQLite.8, SQLite 3.c, which is so long that it's 228,000 lines long. Nice. SQLite 3.h, 12,000 lines. SQLite 3.ext, 655 lines. Let me change the current task to be... Well, I guess that's... I kind of want to say that, but with more information about the subtask. Let's just say that the whole subject of today is investigating SQLite, and then I can say here, looking at the SQLite amalgamation files. I've spelled that correctly, I hope. Amalgamation. No, I didn't spell it right. There we go. Close some windows so I can see chat again. Current task, read the complete SQLite 3 source code. DB browser for SQLite is a fantastic GUI for... Ooh. Thank you for that. Because I was thinking, ooh, that's your first point, so now you get 2 points. I'm going to want some kind of GUI for the database. Right now, the GUI I use is VS Code because my current database is in JSON. Game.snapshot. Here it is. It's 11,500 lines just in the test, and I'd have to log into the... Actually, I could do this. I can't show it on stream, but I'm gonna go to the production game server right now and tell you what the line count is. Just doing WC. I have to spell the name correctly. 95,548 lines of JSON. So the production system is about 9 times as big as the test environment. Yeah, and everything is just one huge JSON file with all of the game data in it. And you can kind of, just by glancing at this, see where I might form tables, right? So the character components of the game could be a table, and each of these is a column of the table, right? Each of these attributes. And each of these would be a row, right? That's a row, there's another row, etc. And these entities could be the keys. In fact, that's how the ECS is designed. So you can actually see how this would fit into a database. I know, it's a lot of JSON. It's so much JSON that I'm now forced to kind of start looking into how to not use JSON because it takes so long to read and write these files now, especially in the production system. It takes between 10 and 20 seconds just for the game to read its state into memory. All right. Yeah, I'm looking at the files. Yes. Close that. I didn't pin it. That's the problem. Let me start with their header file. May you do good and not evil. So we can't use. It's good to know we can't use SQLite for evil purposes. Okay. It defines the interface. The official documentation is derived from comments in this code. Sweet. And they're C++ compatible. Very nice. Everything I like so far. Okay, so then what's in... This is probably the implementation of it, right? I probably don't need to look at this too closely. It's an amalgamation of many separate C files from SQLite version whatever, so this is probably all auto-generated. This file is all you need to compile SQLite to use SQLite in other programs. You need this file and the header file that defines the interface. If you do not have the header, you'll find it embedded... Ooh. Goddamn! Resubbed for 4 months in a row! Thank you for the sub! Thank you for using your Twitch Prime on me. I'm very honored. SQLite is probably perfect for this. The SQLite author has a quote, SQLite isn't a replacement for Oracle, it's a replacement for fopen. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm using right now, fopen. Actually, I can't remember if I'm using fopen or C++ IO or ifstream, but yeah, exactly. That's what we're going to do. Look at that, one of my first supporters, one of those badges. Thank you for the resub again. And develop it. I didn't see your chat. At what point did you chat and I missed it? How come I don't see it? Your develop its chat is in stealth mode. I can't see it for some reason. Hey there, C17R. My stream helper says develop it chatted, but I didn't see his chat. Oh, was it 9:41? Oh, right before the resub, that's why. You can't listen but you forgot an announcement in Discord. That's true. Hey. I'll set up the announcement right now. Today, I'm feeling the pain, not literally, of using plain JSON files for my games. It's data storage needs. So I'm starting to look into databases, beginning with the most promising so far, SQLite. And then let me get a link to today's notebook page. This is my traditional thing I do in Discord. Paste that, and then I'm going to put that into my Discord. Stream plan. There. Yes, thank you, Develop It. Let me give you a point for reminding me about that. Don't use that. And yeah, so had a mind blank for a second there. If you're not from aware, like just about every other dev streamer on Twitch has one. I have a Discord channel if you want to chat off screen or have questions to receive announcements, that kind of thing. I also want to put this into my game's to-do command. So let me quickly go over there. Grab the... Actually, I could just edit it in place. Raimo is investigating. Using SQLite for data storage in his game today. Check out the notebook, the notebook page. That goes there, update, and then I do today to test it. There we go. All right. Okay, so back to this. What is in shell.c? Combines the source code from various constituent source files of SQLite into a single shell.c used to implement the SQL command line shell. Oh, we probably want this, right? Yeah. It's not a self-promotion. One of the great examples of the mighty power of SQLite is with a company called Zabaware. What Robert was able to do was just a... Oh, you're like a newscaster? Okay, so I probably want this too. I'm starting to think that I need to have a CMake file added that will integrate this into my build environment so that we can build a library with the amalgamation in it, and then a standalone program with the shell in it. And then what's this one for? SQLite 3ext. Defines the library produced by shared libraries that want to be imported as extensions into an SQLite instance. All you really need is the amalgamation file. The split source files will only be used if you're doing development on SQLite. Yeah, so that's why I downloaded the amalgamation. But the amalgamation had these other two files in it, shell and the ext. This looks like it's for plugging things into SQLite itself. Extension. Loaded by as extensions by SQLite. So I probably don't need this unless I'm extending SQLite myself, right? Yeah, this looks like one huge extension interface. Yeah, API routines. Yeah, it's just a huge interface and a bunch of defines that are just... It's weird that they did it this way. I probably would have written a macro that glued these two symbols together. In fact, this symbol is always the same. So I would have written this as a macro that just takes that text there as a an argument, and then generate this all with using macros. Huh. First time you've seen the source to this fantastic project. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I like to look into things pretty thoroughly, especially if I'm not going to write it myself. At least until I know what it is. I probably don't need this, but okay. So let me try to do the right thing here. These files downloaded unmodified. I have this habit of setting up, if they don't have a Git repo themselves, these guys use Fossil instead of repo, and I'm not ready to switch to Fossil or to integrate Fossil in. I made a directory for it. I'm going to do git add on it, and I'm going to commit it as actually I'm going to use the git GUI because I want to pull in how come to do shows up here? Oh shoot. I didn't mean to do the git add. I needed to do git init first. Okay, if I unstage, we'll be good. I need to do git init, and then git add dot. Right, it's its own repository. Okay, I like to make the branch called vendor, and I like to have each commit reflect exactly what I downloaded with links where I downloaded it from. This is just my habit from when I used to do this a lot more. So I literally clicked here, right? Copy link address. So this is SQLite version 3.31.1. In parentheses, I'll put amalgamation. I keep tabbing back because I'm not familiar with this word and how to spell it. Okay, and then I just have a bunch of from lines. So from that file, which basically I have breadcrumbs from the download page, from their main page. All right, so commit that, and then I'm going to git branch or check out the vendor, and then I'm going to put this into my GitHub so that I can clone it everywhere else. So I'm gonna go onto my GitHub right now, off screen, because I'm super paranoid about showing that on screen. I'm gonna make a new one called SQLite. I'm gonna join the many thousands of people who probably have a Git repo called SQLite. All right, and then I'm going to do git remote add origin git at github.com remote 8354 SQLite.git git push. Well, we're going to go to master first. Check out master git push u origin master. But I'm also going to do git checkout vendor git push u origin vendor. I'm going to stick with the vendor branch. Actually, no, I'm not. Vendor branch is the unmodified code I downloaded. Check out master. In the master branch is where we're going to make our changes. And the only change I'm planning to make right now is to add a CMake file. So I don't need that window anymore. Let's hide that. Let me catch up on the chat. All that code is auto-generated though. Richard Hipp is one of the core members of the team. Members of Tickle. Small world, huh? It looks like if you look at SQLite source code thoroughly, you might need a year. Yeah, let's not do that. Going on 13 years with it, it's still going. WTF, no? What? The tool that I use to download these Git repos. I'm not sure what you're asking. Could you please elaborate? If you're asking me a question about what tool to download all these Git repos, I'm just using Git. I use a tool called Mugit that goes on top of Git to download other repos. Maybe you're talking about that? I don't know. Just in case, there's a link to it. All right, so I'm going to add a new file here, cmake lists.txt. Hey there, A squared. We're playing around with SQLite 3 today. How are you doing? Oh, sorry. Oh, so you meant Mugit. Right. Okay, good. So I guessed correctly. Although I was a little bit confused at first. You're pretty mad? Yeah, I was pretty mad too. I stayed up until like past 2 a.m. last night, and I was so tired this morning. I'm like, that's this close to just canceling the stream for today or delaying it. But then I thought about you guys and how you'd be so disappointed. And see, that's how I get motivated to work, is I know you guys are waiting, at least some of you are waiting for me, and would be disappointed if I didn't stream. So that got me out of bed and downstairs, and now I'm working. Think your new chair messes your neck and shoulders? Ooh. Yeah, for me, it's the height adjustment of whatever chair I use. If it's not right, I will get back pain, and I will get ulnar nerve pinches, which is numbness in the last two fingers, the pinky finger and the ring finger, both hands. So I need to get everything exactly like level and set. Yeah, so I know that pain. Okay, so let me steal from another small library of mine, just so I don't have to come up with everything from scratch. Oh, some biddies. Good damn. 500 bits. Thank you very much. Thank you for pushing on. Oh, you're welcome. I just have to stop staying up till 2 a.m. playing Minecraft. It's all fail to survive's fault. No, just kidding. It's embedded in fast. We're going to find out how fast it is. This is going to be for SQLite. This is SQLite. So the header files is just one of them. SQLite 3.h. Sources. Okay, this I want to break up, right? So this is library sources, and we'll have shell sources. The shell.h, does it even need to include SQLite 3.h? It does. Okay, good to know. So library sources is SQLite 3.c, shell sources is shell.c. Okay, so we're adding a library, static link with the library sources. And it's going to be this. Yeah, let's just use the main name for the library. And the header files. It's just going to be the dot, right? Okay, and then we're not linking with anything. And there's no tests. So I probably don't even need that line at all. Okay, so then I'm going to add a program. Where have I done that? I've done it here. Add executable, yeah, easy. Application, so paste that there. Let's have little sections here. Headers are common to the library and its shell program. So let's have a nice little divider here. Let's go to 78 characters because that's my silly convention. And say SQLite itself is a library we embed in programs. All right, so let me separate the shell there. Okay. What do we want to name the actual shell? How about just SQL? There's nothing in my shell right now that's SQL, right? SQL. No, let's just make it SQL. So SQL. That might collide with other things, though. What if we made it this CLI? So it'd be my SQLite CLI. I kind of feel like I want to have a name for that. Set. How does this convention go? Right. So set shell to that, and then I can say shell. All right, and then this is shell sources, and shell sources were here, so let me move that in. SQLite comes with a command line program. How do they phrase this? Implement a SQLite command line shell. SQLite comes with a command line program. Command line shell program. Let's just do that, period. We'll install its shell SQLite 3. Do I want to do the same thing then? Just SQLite 3? And maybe use lowercase. Do I have... Okay, so I'll end up calling that... Yeah, let's go with what Flask said. Thank you, Flask. C++ class now in session. We're now way behind hello. Yeah, exactly. Hey there, Pro Sam. How are you doing? And Dalek, how are you? Why SQLite and not, for example, Postgres or MySQL? It's just the first thing I'm going to look into. It's the most promising. I do have those on my list, Dalek. So if you want to add to this list, please feel free to mention a database name. So we have MySQL, we have PostgreSQL, we have Redis, we have MongoDB, we have SQLite, which was the leading candidate because a bunch of people in chat the last time was April 24. Back in April 24 during the stream, a bunch of people voiced up saying, yeah, you should try SQLite first. And then we have Cat Peasant also saying great things about it today. So, but we also have these other things, KDB, CouchDB, Cassandra, DuckDB, Anna, BedrockDB. So why not do one of these? Just because we have to... Ooh, more bits! Oh my goodness! You didn't have to do that, but thank you very much, Kadam. I appreciate the bits. MongoDB would be great. I don't have time to do everything today. I wanted to start with the most promising, and then if I... maybe I'm not happy about something about it, I could try these other things off to the side too, and then make a judgment call about which one we go with. And I might even have a second database in there on purpose just to force myself to make an abstraction layer so that I can switch databases at some point in the future. Hey there, Crumpet, how are you doing? Hey there, Voigtcomp, how are you today? Cool to see me trying SQLite. We'll be using the JSON extension. There's a JSON extension for SQLite? I didn't know that. Beware SQLite backupping, you can corrupt it by copying. Okay. I'll have to be aware of that. Thank you, Malakanir. And hello, by the way. Let me put that in here. A cautionary tale. So just to put things into perspective a little bit, these being a list of databases to look into, I have a few requirements which might make some more suitable than others. My game architecture uses Raft. So I already have Raft incorporated as part of the architecture. I can actually show you my notebook page which shows this. Raft sits in the core of my game's server between receiving messages from other servers and clients and actually making changes and executing the game logic. We have a Raft instance that sits in every server, and all changes to game state have to go through that Raft server. So a database that already is incompatible with Raft or has Raft already would not fit so well here. But something that we would have a different copy embedded in every member of the Raft cluster would be maybe more suitable and easier to use. And so far, SQLite seems to be a pretty strong candidate there. So the idea would be that this is a Raft cluster. We have 3 copies of the game. One of them is a leader here, server 11, and 10 and 12 are followers, meaning they're standing by to continue the game if the leader were to shut off. They all march in unison. They all have a copy of the game. So my idea would be that if we made... Right now, the game data is stored in 3 separate JSON files, 1 per server. If instead there are 3 databases, 1 per server, then they would be a natural fit for the architecture so far. So that I'm trying to keep that in mind when I'm thinking about how to use databases with the game. If the database that I choose, or database that we're investigating, fits into where we can have 1 copy per Raft server, and is easily, you can easily turn it on and off. We can easily replace its data with a new snapshot. It fits in well with Raft. That would be a big, strong positive for this, for my use. Let me catch up in chat again. Why would you corrupt the database by copying? You copy the DB all the time. Probably if the database is writing to it at the time you were copying it, I'm assuming. There's an SQLite backup API and also SQLite command that should create a copy. I see. Vacuum into file. I like that. Let me capture that. Thank you, Nui. Because I need to learn these things, like how do I make backups? So where am I going to put that? Let me just put it under stream notes for today. There we go. If you have a cluster in which you want to share a single database, SQLite is not going to work at all. Yeah, instead of having a cluster where all 3 use the same database, I'm thinking it fits more in the architecture to have each member of the cluster have their own database, because part of the Raft algorithm is the snapshot installation. That speaks to me like replacing the whole database is the same as a Raft snapshot install, which means that it makes more sense for each member of the cluster have its own database. So we essentially have 3 databases instead of 1, and they all 3 are the same data. They're just replicants, copies of each other, which fits what Raft is trying to do in the first place. SQLite writes go to a journal first. Oh, I see. So it could be configured to work differently like that. Yeah. This WAL mode, what does that stand for? SQLite WAL mode. Write ahead logging. Okay. Implements atomic commit and rollback is a rollback journal, kind of like what I have in my game. I probably don't need to worry about this, right? Because if one of these databases gets corrupted, we would just overwrite it with a copy of one of the other 2. I'm thinking of just keeping it simple and turn off these features, because we'll have redundancy already, having multiple copies of the database. There is a JSON extension. Yeah, sorry, Void Phil. I saw that. I'm just having trouble keeping up right now. Let me give you a point. Yeah, let me take your original comment and put it here. Let's look at that point. Over here. Actually, let's just open a new tab. The loadable extension implements 15 application-defined SQL functions and 2 table value functions that are useful for managing JSON content. Oh, we actually might want this then. Because a lot of the game's data is JSON right now, and this would make it easy to transition things, right? There's a little... I'd have to... I don't know if I want to look into this now, because I want to get comfortable with SQLite first and then look into this. You know what I'll do is I'll take this here and let's put here, look into JSON. What is it exactly? The JSON 1 extension to SQLite. There we go. I'm going to start with vanilla plain SQLite just to get started. Yeah, I got the vacuum command. Yep. Biggest problem with wall mode is their database then requires 2 files. Yeah. So I want to try to keep it simple. It already provides for backups. Yeah, exactly. I already have backups. Like I have 3 copies of the game at all times. All right. I was building the makefile. I think I'm done. This should make a shell program. Oh, I need to tell... this actually needs to have a target library files, doesn't it? Yeah. Target link libraries, yes. For shell, and it's this. Okay, and so let me go to the main CMake file and pull it in. So right about here, SQLite, and then build. And we're building it. Okay, positives, a lot of positives so far. I actually just built it. So we have a shell program now. Where is it? Build SQLite 3. There we go. We have the shell program done already. What could go wrong? Well, the warnings were where? This warning, I have never gone back and fixed this. This warning has to do with, there's something that LibreSSL did in their CMake lists. And I've seen this for about 2 years now. I bet they fixed it by now. I just need to update my version of LibreSSL. But I've been ignoring it. That's the only warning I should have, right? Yeah. What are the other 25 problems? Oh, there were warnings. What is this about? Oh, well, these are inside of ifdefs. Yeah. So technically, I don't even want to see them because they're conditionally compiled out. Okay, where did they just vanished? What happened here? It's only one problem now. Maybe it just took time for it to figure out that it was conditionally compiled. LibreSQL, yeah. All right, we built it. Connected to a transient in-memory database. Use .openFileName to reopen a persistent database. Okay. And it doesn't know by. How about quit? Nope. Help? Nope. Let me out of here. How about Control Z? Control Z, enter, left. Interesting. Okay, well, at least we know how to get out. It's Control Z, enter. These preceding dot. Oh. So if I do dot help. Oh, it even said so, and I didn't even read it. So is there a dot quit then? Yep, there's a dot quit. Exit this program. I'm learning, chat. Okay. So what am I going to do with it now that I have it built? Probably I want to link it into the game, right? So let me think about where I would link this. Realm server, I think. Pull in SQLite. That's how I do it. It's really, really simple. And that will just link it in. Oh, thank you for that follow. Yeah, I should give a point to CloudHawk. Thank you, C17R. Should give one to CloudHawk, and then I should give you one for reminding me to give one to CloudHawk. Really recommend to start with JSON first and then migrate to flat tables later if you need it for performance reasons. This will make your migration process much easier. In addition to storing JSON, the extension integrates into SQLite deep enough to allow indexing the JSON. Only splitting up the gigantic JSON file you have into smaller portions. Well, because I'm not yet decided that we will go with SQLite, I wanted to put it in parallel with the main game and then measure the performance side by side. And I think what I want to do is make it a fair comparison in where I'm not migrating, I'm not doing some kind of hybrid of between JSON and SQLite. If I'm going to go SQLite, it's going to be full SQLite, like the way it should have been without any JSON. But the JSON will be running in parallel with it and we'll measure the performance of both. Does that make sense? I mean, I guess I could have a third track where we have that hybrid as well. Yeah, begin to store a parallel copy of the game's data. Boy, Phil, you're making me reconsider my plan. And instead of go what I just said, actually do what you're saying. My plan to use SQLite as just a key value store. Not sure. Fundamentally, I want it to persist the game's data. And the game's data is broken up into three main parts. I can just show you. Game.snapshot. There shouldn't be any secret data in here. Hold on, let me just make sure. Let me turn off the display for a moment and look for the word OAuth. Just to make sure there's no secret in here. There's just a client ID now, right? There's no token in here anymore. Yeah. I want to make sure I don't leak any secrets. How about the reCAPTCHA? That's just the site key, and that's the test one, right? Yeah, okay, there's no secrets in here, so I can show this. Yeah. The only emails in here are going to be example.com emails, which I have a local SMTP server which like stores the mail locally. Yeah, so if I were to collapse this, by far the biggest part is the components, and this one is broken up into okay, there's a little bit of extra stuff here to keep track of, like overall, like the next entity we create will have this number, and here are some temporary entities we have that we want to destroy later. But the bulk of this is broken up between component type, and then each component type is basically an array of all the components in the game that have that type. So here are all the entities in the game that have movement capability. Here are all the entities in the game that have a camera. Here are all the entities in the game that have character attributes. So I don't know what see, I'm not an expert in databases, so I don't know exactly what a key value store is, but I know that the shape of this part of the database, every component type, there's uniformity, there's a shape to every component type, but every component type differs from the other component types. So the shape of a capability structure is different from a camera, but every capability is exactly the same. So I think that this would be one table, this would be another table. So each of these component types would be a separate table, I think. Whether it makes sense depends entirely on the structure of my data. Basically, it boils down to how much nesting is there. If the data doesn't have much nesting, I don't think it's that nested. So the components really is just a group of tables, and each table has a uniform shape so far. Let me look through some more of this stuff. So the components is pretty much uniform. The configuration is one that maybe fits the definition of a key value, and there's a little bit of nesting here, but not terribly. I'd be okay with removing the nesting by doing a dot. So like perhaps there'd be golem dot twitch, and then that would be a bunch of, well, I guess we could even go further, right? Bot client ID. I'd be okay with that being the key and that being the value. Then maybe configuration would just be a key value collection. Each of those components has, see, it keeps messing with me because the game snapshot keeps getting rewritten. Let's open this in a new file. Call it JSON. JSON. And then I can collapse this without it being screwed up. Some of these other things, these are kind of miscellaneous. Players is another thing that fits a table really well because each of these shapes is consistent. Actually, there's this inner table here of events, which I think should be another table. And tickets as well. Yeah. If you have a lot of nested data with just a few fields, exactly like what you're showing now, you would need a huge number of round trips to the database to fetch all the data, or a gigantic slow query. Well, what if we don't need to fetch the entire data into memory? What if we would go through the database anytime any piece of data is needed? Depends, like if it's fast enough, maybe we don't keep in-memory copies of the game state. I don't know. This is the part. This is the stuff that I want to measure in performance and see. Yeah, I think that's how I want to do it. I want to have for everything that the game does with its data, measure the either in-memory or file, and then measure what's the overhead with SQLite, and then record that in a log somewhere and look at it later. You can copy the entire database into an in-memory SQLite database, then it'll always be insanely fast. You can do that too. That's a good point. You need to search for every component on every entity that gets processed. I don't usually need to do that, actually. Some of these component types, I do need to do multiple fetches, but a lot of times, no, because, like, for example, if we're working with an item, you generally only need the item component of an entity. I wouldn't need to look at its tile or something like that. Yeah. A lot of different types of components, aren't there? Zone. Those are the different components in the game. Different component types. A big vacuum into an in-memory copy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how do you do that? Would it be the vacuum? I suppose so, right? You'd script the database and run the script against the in-memory database. Huh. I don't quite understand that. Don't you have to iterate through the entire item component story until you find the ID? Depends on the game system. So, for example, the rendering system does loop through all camera components because it needs to update every camera. But if you're picking up an item and you know its location in the game, you could just say, give me the entity whose position is at 3 by -6, and if these are somehow encoded as a key for easy lookup, we would know the entity number, and then we can just grab. That's the entity numbers are natural keys. They're designed to be keys. So if you know you're interested in entity 523 and you want to see the character component, you would just fetch the character whose entity is 523, and you'd get it. You wouldn't have to search through the whole character list. Unless you have something that maps a component type to an entry somehow. I don't know. I'm still thinking the component type is a table and the entity is the key. But I don't know. I could be wrong. You want to map entity number to some component. Well, right now the entity number is mapped to our individual our keys to each of these individual character types or component types. So like player will also have an entry for 523, right? So this is my player component, but the same key is also present for character component and also for not the camera, but for the capabilities. So it's the same key. You can look up different components of the same entity. Anyway, how do I want? What's next step do I want to take here? I got it to build, right? It built just fine. Oh, I want to set up a database. I need to read, and now I need to learn how to do that. How would I learn? Documentation? Overview documents? You already read the about, right? Appropriate uses. Should probably read this. Embedded devices, application file format, websites, data analysis. Right, ad hoc files. Situations where a client-server RDBMS may work better. Server-client app. Good rule of thumb is to avoid using SQLite in situations where the same database will be accessed directly and simultaneously from many computers. Okay, that won't be a problem because the way I'm planning to use it, there's one and only one user. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Very large database. 140. I don't think we'll ever get past 140 terabytes. If so, though, I would fragment the game into pieces, I think. No, I only have one writer, not many concurrent writers. Data separated from the application. Well, technically, my application is my game server, so it's not separated by a network. Yeah. All right. Limit is the limit of one file in the file system. Yeah, probably. Frequently asked questions. What types of data does it support? Dynamic typing. Content can be integer, real, text, blob, or as null. The data type value is associated with the value itself, not with its container. Dynamic type system. Oh yeah, my son would like to remind everybody that May the 4th be with you. He's greeting everybody who comes downstairs with a lightsaber and saying, May the 4th be with you. So for older systems, that's 4G, or ideally running a newer file system that has basically infinite. Got it. Null, integer, real, text, or blob. Okay. And I think this is where the JSON plugin comes into play, right? I should not have closed that. I should. I'm on the fence and considering doing what Voicom Phil said and have this one from the start. Yeah, what if I just try to get this working? What if, huh? I don't know if I'm not comfortable enough with SQLite to do it. I think that's the problem. Basically abstract this basic types into a JSON value thingy. Because that might actually make more sense with these tables. If this could just be JSON. Because everything else in the game requires it to be JSON anyway, right? JSON from the start. JSON already is composed of basic types of that, but why reinvent? I'm thinking ahead that some of my JSON values have nested things in them. Which one would that be? Was door like that? Yeah. So this had an inner object, right? So if door components were JSON, it might be easier to manage right now. Otherwise, I suppose this would have to be a key to another table somewhere. JSON value should be able to contain another JSON value. Yes. Ordinary text. I'd be concerned a little bit that we're going back to the problem where it's slow again. It's not possible to add a 6 JSON type. Okay. This is probably too wide. There we go. And I should probably make the font bigger so other people can read it. Where was I looking here? Yeah. I can't play Star Wars background music because it's copyright. One of my kids is saying, you should play Star Wars background music because it's May the 4th. Hey there, Mud Ribbit. I'm looking into SQLite right now. How are you doing? I never said hi to Cloudhawk, too. I gave Cloudhawk a point, but never actually waved at them. Does not currently support a binary encoding in JSON. Unable to find binary coding sufficiently small or faster than plain text encoding. I'm worried about if we store it as text, it's just going to move the problem and not fix it. I really am worried about that right now. I'll keep this as a backup just in case. But I think I would like to try this at first, having sticking everything into a proper shape. Yeah. I don't want to discount what Compil said though. I'll at least I'll have this ready to go and look into it at some point soon so that it's there if I need it. In fact, I might still want to use it in a limited fashion on those 10% of the places probably that I'm going to run into where really it would prevent me from making it overly complicated. What exactly is the problem? Right now it takes forever to parse all of this text in my parser. I mean, it's possible SQLite's JSON1 plugin does it in orders of magnitude faster than my code, but it's also possible it might just be as slow as my code and we're just moving the problem into SQLite. If the entire thing were to be brought in as JSON. I don't know. I really can't say because we haven't measured it. There's nothing that says I can't do both. I can have an SQLite with JSON1 extension and one without, and then measure the two. Okay, let's do that. Let's have 3 copies of the data. The main copy in my JSON files, the SQLite, and then SQLite with JSON1. And then we'll measure all of them. We'll measure everything. Measure all the things. An integer storage class includes 6 different integer data types of different lengths. But as soon as the integer values are read off disk and into memory, they're converted to the most general data type, 8-byte signed integer. For the most part, storage class. Okay, good to know. Maybe use to store a value of any storage class. I don't understand the statement. Any column in an SQLite version 3 database except an integer primary key may be used to store a value of any storage class. You always get signed long. We're signed int64_t, right? You won't be storing the whole JSON document as one entry. You still split it up. Yeah, we would still split it up. Definitely, Void Compil. Just thinking that for some of the weird cases in my format, like that door was a good example, right? Where I have an embedded JSON thing. Just make a special table just for that shape, and especially if it gets more, there's more variety of shapes in JSON, would maybe be overkill if we didn't use JSON. All it's saying is that it can have those types. Okay, you don't need data types in SQLite. Yeah, so my background in databases is just I got by with MySQL. All right, integers are just zeros and ones. The built-in date and time functions are capable of storing dates as, yeah, that's, I mean, this is what I do. Number of seconds since the epoch, yeah. Wait a minute, real as Julian day numbers? What? That's an odd epoch. Why? Why that date? I don't know. Scary. It's scary whenever you think about having to go between BC dates and AD dates. Your favorite day, 4714 BC. And then if something happened in 5000 BC, would that be a negative? It's all arbitrary anyway. If we're going to be arbitrary, let's stick to one epoch. Type affinity. Type affinity calls recommended data. Okay. All right. Did I update my current task? What does it say? Looking. Okay, no, I didn't update it. So I'm reading basics about SQLite, how to use it. That's what I'm doing right now. Oh, what is this? Oh, I see. I might need a refresher on SQL syntax. Yeah, this is where I get to the limits of what I understand. I remember union and intersect. I don't remember except, but I can guess what it means. SQL is fun, yeah. Collating, yeah, this is where it gets scary. I don't know this at all. Collation. Nope, don't know it. I probably need to learn it at some point. Okay. Go back. Did I go to... Oh, I started on the frequently asked questions, yeah. Yeah, dynamic typing. Okay, so dynamic typing. Yeah, primary key. I understand that concept. Okay, let's go back. I guess we're going to programming interface. Ooh, there we go. This is just for me. SQLite in 5 minutes or less. I got it. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 5 minutes or less SQLite. Create a new database. Okay, let's do this. So let me create one. Yeah, let's just play around. Okay, so we are following along the guide in SQLite. The guide. SQLite in 5 minutes or less. Create a database. Got it. We're on it. Let's not create it in the build directory though. Let's put it in the stage. Can I just copy the program? .build VS Code SQLite .exe. Yes, okay. Quit. SQLite test.db. Ooh, we have a database. Wait a minute. It's just, and it didn't tell me what to do. Enter SQL commands the prompt to create. I don't know how to do that. I guess we can go here. Ah, here we go. Okay, so it's create table. I kind of remember that. Let me think about what the overall shape might be in the game. So, oh, I keep looking at this file. I mean, I meant to look at that file. Can you just collapse everything? There we go. Everything is collapsed. I think I'm going to need some kind of key value thing, at least for some of these miscellaneous fields, right? So they say create... Okay. Pardon me while I get reoriented. And I haven't done database stuff in years. Create table globals. So it's the name of the column and then the suggested type, right? And then if we have a primary key, so that's just a hint, right? Lang. Oh, thank you, Voight Compville. Point for you. Ooh, nice flowcharts. Okay. Table constraints. So column definition didn't really help me. Okay, the declared type of the column is used to determine the affinity only. So so it really is just a hint, right? So this is key is var character. Like as a hint, we would say we're probably not going to go past 20 characters, right? Primary key, and then value is another var character, right? 20. Sure. I was supposed to put a dot there, wasn't I? Nope. Okay, what am I doing wrong? I'm already messing this up. Oh, I need to have an end parentheses semicolon. There we go. If you were separating out the types into a relational database, you'd use the ID of the row rather than tracking the next item elsewhere. No? I guess so. So I don't need the next. This one is related to Raft. These two are related to Raft, so I need those. I think. Let me see what do I use last term for? That's from the log keeper. Okay, that's in the snapshot, but what do we use it for? Get term. Yeah, what do we use this last term for? Oh, here we go. We use it for base term. Which goes where? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's for recording in the snapshot. If we don't have right, it's to record what came before the snapshot, what the snapshot incorporates. A prefixed message is parsed as a slash command. Yes, indeed. Yeah, dot or / are interpreted the same way in Twitch. Instead of envar char, use text. Okay, just drop table globals. Create table. So you're saying I should just use text? All right. How do you use describe again? I can't remember. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Oh, it's not called describe. What was the way to see the shape of a table again? What's core functions? Ooh, functions. Create table, delete, detach, drop. Explain? What's explain? Oh, okay. Never mind. Schema? There's no way to actually... What am I remembering then? What's describe? Was that MySQL? Yeah. Display information about... That's what I'm remembering. MySQL had a command called describe. I guess SQLite doesn't have that. Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. So... We'll try what Mudribbit said. Schema globals. Oh, dot schema. Okay. Insert into global values. That's as much as I can remember. Go to the top. Oh, you don't have to say the value. You just have to have them in the correct order. You don't have to say the column names. Okay. So then, if I was going to have like this, it would be like game journal generation as a string. 153010. Globals. I select that from globals. There we go. Okay, just, you know, one step at a time. All right. Aha. Here we go. I should have gotten down to this. So, tables, schema. What episodes 4, 5, 6, 4, 1, 2, 3? In charge of schedule. In charge of schedule? Yoda was. Good job, Mr. Balrog. All right. Yeah, what is this talking about here? Databases. All attached databases. Okay, so I only have one attached database, right? I guess I can attach multiple databases. You like that, Voikovil? Sometimes it comes out okay, sometimes not. Ify, my voice of Yoda is sometimes good, bad sometimes. Yeah, you have to find more Yoda jokes. I had for a while you could redeem channel points to make me say things as Yoda, but I don't know. I don't think it went over very well. Okay, I'm really just getting comfortable with this by reading different things about it, just skimming through and glancing. I think I'm itching to try this from a programming interface, so I think that's what I want to do next. Okay, here we go, exactly. So SQLite 3, and we do SQLite 3 open and close. And exec is doing a query, right? Okay. By the way, we already got it to compile, but let's see what they say about compiling. Amalgamation, exactly, compiling it. Yeah, we already figured that out. Yes. Interesting that it needs pthread. So I might have to modify my CMake to pull that in. Oh, what's this? Compile time options, okay. Yeah. Don't need a DLL. All right. Yeah, figured all that stuff out. So, yeah, introduction. Let's go to this one. New tab. I'm going to have a lot of tabs open. Okay. Database connection object. We created with open. So we can make a prepared statement. Compile into bytecode that'll do the work of querying and updating the database. So if we want to do a statement a lot, we probably want to have a prepared statement, right? When you use a SQLite specific command previous dot, you don't use a semicolon. Okay, good to know. Okay, got it. Thank you, Mudribbit. Yeah, insert it like void comp. Yeah, thank you, void comp, Bill. No, I didn't say, hey, Siri. And don't wake up when I say that. Docs have some extreme wording. See, I don't understand what this is, but maybe I don't need to yet. Oh, this is probably to assign values to, yeah, to parameters in a prepared statement. Okay. I remember MySQL had a concept of a cursor, and that you would use it like an iterator. I wonder if this is the same thing. Column values in the current result row for us. Okay. So how's that different? Oh, step is to advance the iterator. This is to dereference it. Got it. Okay, so we got to do a how do you execute a statement? Hey there, Siri. Nice name. I said it differently enough that my phone didn't activate. We got an Amazon package. I don't think I ordered anything. That's probably what you ordered? The little things. Almost fell for it. I did. Well, I said it just slightly differently. Okay. So I guess we always have to prepare a statement. Okay, it's not required. It's just convenience. We can do exec or get table to hide a prepared. Okay, so we need to have, whether we make one or not, there's always a prepared statement. So I should read about what a prepared statement is. Compiled and binary form ready to be executed. Think of it as a separate computer. Right, so the original SQL text is source. We have to convert it for it to be executed. Okay. Why do we have to bind values? Oh, if we had a prepared statement which had, like, input. Got it. Hey, do they have an example? I like examples. I don't like it when there are no examples. There's no examples. There's no examples. Okay, so I think this example database here, let's add something else into it. Insert into globals values. You're back. Welcome back, Flask. You weren't in the mood to cut the grass, now you feel motivated? Right. So I don't know SQL prepared statements, cat peasant. So I'm like a noob when it comes to some of this stuff. I'm gonna put in another test parameter here. Let me just pull from here. Last term. And then, yeah, might as well just put them all in here. Last index. Wow, my game test environment's executed almost 39 million commands. Okay. Select all, print them all out. Nice. So, quit. So I've prepared my database. Let me copy it now. Copy test database into account and all. Oops. 10, 11, and 12. So then now all copies of the game have that test database. Let me play around with fetching those with SQLite. So, I was looking at this before, right? Last term. Where was it? It's not here, is it? No. This is when we're making the snapshot. Here it is. So we're loading the game state. Yes, let's put it in here. Just to play around with it. And we'll have it, let's have it print out when it starts. Diagnostic. Do I not have diagnostics available here? I don't. What? Oh, because we're in the main program. Well, shoot. Where's load game state called from? Here. Do I have a diagnostic publisher here? I do. Oh, I made one way down here. Why did I do that? I should have made this one way up higher. I'm thinking to myself, do I add SQLite into the game directly now, or do I make a little experimental playground app that does this? I might as well just get it ready in the main one. Yeah. You think a playground app? Playground app, please? Okay. Maybe it's easier for other people to follow along. I can understand that. So let's make a playground app. Main CMake file, please. All right. Let's make it SQL Playground. Should I have this? I'll have this open source too. In fact, let's put it in my in that. Not here. Here. Here is a little playground app for experimenting with SQLite. So then you can pull from my repository all this interesting stuff. So set playground is SQL play. Playground sources. Play.cpp. Let's actually put it under examples. Yeah, and then we'll add an executable that links with it, just like the shell program. All right, and so let's establish that. New directory examples. New file play.cpp. Almost typed player because I'm so used to typing the word player. Okay, let's just start from nothing. File play.cpp. This is a small playground application for experimenting with SQLite. Include standard def and SQLite 3.h. Int main, int argc, char star con. No. How come I don't have this memorized? Oh, I guess I modified that file by accident. I was almost right. argv array. There we go. And then, what my standard boilerplate do I need? I guess just return exit success. Let's do printf, which means I need a standard IO. Hello, world. Build that. You like the double star? I believe this is what you get, what you see if you look up C standard main function. Like, if I just go, I guess this would be in dev docs, right? C main function. There we go. Yeah, they define it as int argc char star argv array with no bound. So I like standards. I guess there's this one too. I didn't realize that you could do that. Yeah, so I've been using the one from the standards. You always miss the brackets when you try to hit them. Yeah, I understand that. Oh, that's in standard lib, not standard def. All right. So let's go up to build VS Code SQLite SQL play. Hello world. So let me copy actually I don't want to put files in the build directory. So what I can do is build SQLite SQplay. There. All right. So let's open our test database. By the way, this is how we created it. SQLite 3. This one, right? There we go. All right, so then following along their documentation. There are two types of people in the world. Those who use Commander and the degenerates who claim to prefer ConEMU. Oops, I even misspelled it. Professional streamer here. Hey there, live coding. Yeah, I'm a degenerate who uses ConEMU. Exactly. And hey there, Mr. Balrog, I forgot to wave to you. Alright, so back to... Okay, we're done with that. Done with that. I thought I was... Oh, I was on the introduction. Okay, so... Was it on this one? Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna use the C as is. I'm gonna be cool and use memory. And then say standard unique pointer to... What is the type? SQLite 3? And then the deleter, which will be standard function, which takes an SQLite 3 pointer, which means I need functional. Let's just define this. So using Smart SQLite 3? Smart SQLite 3. They just name their variable db. So db will be SQLite 3 open. Okay. I didn't do this right then. It wants to store the pointer somewhere and gives me back an... What's an RC? Oh, return code? Result code? I guess we can do the initial open. Int. Let's make a function for this. This. Open database. Const standard string. Path. So this one should have an int rc and then SQLite 3 db and then do well, I can do it this way actually. Const rc equals SQLite 3 open path.c string and then address of db, right? What does it actually return? Oh, there's a v2 interface. We can open it in different modes. Okay, so if we want an in-memory database and all that stuff. Okay, what's the return value, though? Well, okay. If the database is open, then SQLite okay. Otherwise, an error code is returned. So I can turn this around then. If that is SQLite okay, else return null pointer. Actually, let's just turn this around. If it's not equal to okay, return null pointer. Okay, and then we're gonna make a smart one. What to name it? SDB? How about we'll call this DB raw? DB, which is DB raw. And then a function which takes... Yeah, takes the pointer, DB raw, and calls SQLite 3 close on it, right? Hold on, there was something down here. Right, we should close it, right? This is the whole thing about being smart about it. SQLite 3 close DB raw. And it returns something I don't care what, so we're going to avoid it. Okay, and then to maybe make this a little bit easier to read, I can do this. And I can even do this. Look at that. Wait a minute. Why doesn't it like that? What's the difference here? Hold on. This would return that. Let me see what the compiler tells me. Use of undefined type? Hold on, what? Base class undefined? It's a struct. Hold on, what is it? How do they include it? Is it because it's opaque? Am I just being dumb about unique pointer? I might be. Unique pointer. Yeah, stuff where I've wrapped C pointers and unique pointers before. Yeah, this is the same thing, right? Isn't it? Oh, no, I did it wrong. It's got to be void and then that in parentheses. There we go. It doesn't take 0 arguments. Wait a minute, what? Line 40? Oh, down here. Right, so then this is... so const d auto db equals open it, it's test.db. If db, else, actually if not db, return exit failure, fprintf standard error. You can tell I have a fondness for C standard output and not C++ standard output. Unable to open database. We're in Adam Hack. We're in. Okay, we have the database open. So, fetch something from the globals table. Fetch something that we know is in the globals table. So, we have to do these prepared statement things, right? Yeah, I'm not going to do exec. I'm going to do the right way. That was here, right? Yes. Okay, so we want to prepare a statement. UTF encoded statement. Cool. So let's parameterize. Okay, so make a prepared statement we can use to look up anything in the globals table. Is it the same kind of thing where it's got to close? How do we get rid of the statement when we're done with it? New application should always invoke v2 instead. Okay, fine. But wait. How do we destroy it when we're done? I'm looking for whether they say, how do we clean it up when we're done? I don't see it. Maybe we don't need to? Hold on. There should have been a... Is it finalize? Aha. Must finalize every prepared statement in order to avoid resource leaks. Can we use a prepared statement more than once, though? I guess we'll find out. It's not obvious to me if you could reuse a prepared statement. Okay, I should change this probably. So, playing around with SQLite C API in order to get comfortable with it. Does the with it show up? Yeah, it's fine. Why can't you count on Yoda to pick up the tab? Because he's always a bit short. Boo. Sorry, Mr. Balrog, I didn't like that one. Okay. Lifecycle of prepared station usually create it, bind it, run it, reset. Okay, so if we want to reuse it, we got to do reset. And when we're done, so the done is finalized. Okay, so I can do the same kind of a thing here. I can make a statement. So let me rename this to be database. It's really not the database, is it though? It's a database connection. Database connection. And this one would be prepared statement. I like long names. So the type for this one is STMT. And then prepared statement, prepare statement. I don't like the name is too close. Luke and Obi-Wan walk into a Chinese restaurant. 10 minutes into the meal, Luke is struggling with the chopsticks and Obi-Wan loses it. Use the forks, Luke. Okay. You've redeemed yourself. Prepare statement, prepared statement. How about build statement? There we go. That'll reinforce the fact that we're compiling something. So, statement. Alright, and then I'm doing much the same thing, right? Only it's with the prepared statement. And this goes to what? Prepare v2. Takes the data, so I need a database. And that can be const that, right? So it's db.get. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, they need the pointer. Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is then. So passing in a reference to the shared pointer. All right, now statement and then maximum length. Why would they need the maximum length? after the first 0 terminator. Oh, okay, so small performance benefit. So we need to include the null. So I need to add 1 to the length, right? So it would be statement C string and then statement dot length plus 1. I'm going to say SQLite wants count to include null. All right. And then the statement handle, and then there's a tail pointer. Do I need that? Okay. So I can pass null for that one. So this was, it's not DB raw, it's statement raw. And then the type of that is STMT, and then null. So the same kind of thing where it returns an okay. Yeah, okay. Otherwise return statement. So this is going to be a finalize statement. Cool. So let's build a statement. const.o stmt is build a statement, which is select value from globals where key, it's single equals, right? And then I want to parameterize it here. This is something I haven't done before, though. How do we do this? Bind values to parameters. Do they have an example of this? A question mark that is not followed by a number creates a parameter with the number 1 greater than the largest parameter number already assigned. So I can just use a question mark then, right? Like that. And I have to put DB in front. Yes. Okay, and then I need to bind the parameters. Got it. So if we know it's a text, it's going to be what? Text? Cool. Leftmost SQL parameter is index of 1, not 0, huh? So it's just like Lua. If the third parameter is a null, okay, it's the number of bytes. The value is the number of bytes in the value, not the number of characters. Got it. Okay, so then const C standard string key is the last term, right? So then let me make another function for bind to statement. So void bind parameter, bind statement parameter. And what do we need for this? Just need the statement, right? So that's const prepared statement, and then in this case it's a const standard string parameter, and well, name, and then value, right? Well, hold on. It's not name and value. So this is value, and then I need to have an integer. They actually want an int, so this would be index, I guess. All right. And they want me to do what? SQ. So do I care about the return value? Is it ever going to fail? Too big if it exceeds it. SQLite range if it's out of range. Yeah, I'm not going to care about it. It's never going to fail. I'm confident. Maybe overconfident. SQLite 3. Bind. Text. What's the difference between text 16 and 64? You went 64? I don't know. I want to get documentation for these. Oh, here we go. Found it. It all goes to the same page. Well, I don't know what the difference is between 16 and 64. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, that's not telling me. I don't know. Maybe I can just follow the... look into the documentation of it. I have no idea. Oh, does that mean that it's a 64-bit number of characters? I know the difference is 48. Hey there, Toulouse. That does not earn you a point. And hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? I'm focusing on learning how to use SQLite from C. And they have these weird quirks in here, like that there's this text 16s, text 64. I'm trying to understand the difference between them. Can I just look that up online? Like versus 16? There we go. Someone's asked. What's the difference between these ones? What's the answer? Oh, okay. 64 lets you specify the encoding. So we're never going to use UTF-16. It's sort of silly to use UTF-16 in my opinion. UTF-8 is the best. So I'm just going to do bind text. Enough said. Okay, so the statement is statement.get. The index is next. And then the value. So it's value.cstring. And then... actually, technically, it's... I can use data instead of cstring. That's more efficient, right? Although, no, data won't... here I can't because they need a null. Or here, do they need a null? I don't think so, because we have to pass the length separately, right? I'm looking for it. I'm looking for where they talk about text. Okay. The number of bytes. Yes. Wait, if it's negative, then the length of the string is the number of bytes up to the first 0 terminator? Also, it does the string length for me if I do a negative. Do I need to include the null? There must be the byte offset where the null terminator were to occur, assuming the string were null terminated. Okay. It's just not recommending wall mode earlier. That wall mode sounded like a good idea for when we need to be able to go back, but I'm not ever going to need that. Also, the fact that I use Raft consensus algorithm gives me 3 copies of the database, so I really don't need to worry about backup so much. So I'm going to try to keep things simple. But yeah, it's good to know about that mode. I forget what it stands for. I had to look it up again. SQLite wall. Write ahead logging. Yeah, so that you can roll back, right? So the advantage is that Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's not exactly what I understood. Delete mode is uber slow. So what was your arguments against it, Flask? Two files in your database. I actually don't really care if there are two files. So what's the what are the I guess we can read the disadvantages here. They seem to have a lot of them. Lose the ability to copy your database to make a backup copy of it. I don't really need that though. That's not my. I don't have that requirement, so that wouldn't affect me. Yeah, it's important to know what the pros and cons are and whether what it fits your scenario or not. So, not to say that we should always turn on wall or never turn it on, but to understand when the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. So for me, I don't really need to make copies of the files, so that disadvantage would not apply to me, but it might apply to other people. Well, you know what I can do? I can have it turned on and then profile it and then turn it off and profile it, right? Let me put that in my to-do to okay. Try turning wall on. Try profiling SQLite with wall on versus off to because for me, I think it'll come down to, does it improve the performance or not? I'm not going to really care about file size. It's mostly the performance I care about. So let's just say profile SQLite with wall on versus off for me. For just leave it at that. I'm just gonna guess here that they don't need to see the null, and then we can just pass the length and be done with it. And technically they want it as an int, right? Am I gonna get warnings that I'm not passing an int here? Yeah, well, I guess we can be clear and say cast to int that thing. And the same thing down here, right? And then there's another parameter. What do I need that for? What's that? It's the fifth parameter, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, what's the fifth parameter? Is the destructor used to dispose of blob string SQLite is done with it? Destructor is... Wait a minute. Oh, this is if it was an output parameter? Yeah, so I need to use this transient, right? Because that value is transient. SQLite transient. Okay. Find statement parameter. Statement 1. Last the term, it's just key. There we go. And then who am I calling a transient? I'm calling my key a transient. You have a problem with that, really, monkey? And Lavetti, hello, by the way. Just call pragma wall checkpoint truncate for doing a backup. All right. Sorry I'm slow today. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. It was my fault. Okay. Where do they talk about how... Okay. That's exec. No. There was a list, an order. Where was it? Okay, don't need that. That is for my reference. Oh, here we go. I found it. Create a prepared statement. Wait a minute. Where do I need to bind then? Oh, right. After a prepared statement is evaluated by one or more calls to step, it can be reset in order to be validated again by doing reset. Okay. You might want to evaluate an insert statement multiple times with different values. You can bind them. Prior to the calling step for the first time or immediately after reset, you can do bind. Each call to bind overrides. Okay, so I guess the next thing would be to do a step. And then at the end, if we wanted to finish with it, we would do a reset. So if I wanted to like make a wrapper, if I just wanted to get a single value out, it would, well, no, let me not jump too far ahead. It's been too long since you used the C API? Yeah, it's been forever since I've used the C API. I've never used it before. Okay, let me just, I guess I should just look at step then. Okay, that's easy. Let's just say void. Actually, what is the return value? In the legacy interface, what does that mean? Oh, it depends. Goofy interface alert. What? Hold on, let me back up. With the v2 interface, any of the other return codes or extended return codes might be returned as well. You can get it busy if it's unable to acquire a lock. If the statement is a commit or occurs outside an explicit transaction, you can retry the statement. Done means that it was finished executing. If we return any data, then we get a row is returned. And we would use the column. Okay. Wait a minute. What was the other function that I saw we used? Column. Yeah, it's the same thing. All right. So I guess I don't really need the return value here. Step statement. Just takes one of these. It's just going to be a really easy peasy one. It's just going to be SQLite 3 step statement.get ignore return value. I feel like SQLite docs, you like it, but they could be better. You've complained in the past about them. It gets really tricky to understand the docs. The thing that I don't like is that they don't have any examples. It's just a big wall of text. I like some text, but then like have an example. Like this one is nice. It gives me a lot of I don't really know the words to describe it, but the example kind of frames it for me so I can see, oh, there's where we declare it, there's where we open it, here's where we close it, and this is if we're using the exec. I wanted to use them. I would have liked to have an example like this, but with a prepared statement, and they don't have that. At least not that I have seen. Warm fuzzies? No, it's more that it fills in some unspoken things. You know, it makes me more comfortable seeing it in context. When we're talking about, well, let me go back. I lost my place now. Here, when we're talking about this function, there's no context of where, like, what came before it and what came after it. And I have to like construct things in my mind, scenarios where these things make sense. Like, where would it make sense to get a busy, and what would we do about it, and what do we do about done or row? And like, I have to toss out things like, we're not going to get busy because in the playground there's only one writer. We're going to get row right away. So then I had to toss out the whole return value. So I had to mental exercise of having to figure out what we're going to do with the return value. In this case, we're not going to do anything with it because I don't care. But it would have been nice to see that in an example. It began as his thesis. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that it's wordy. It's just that it doesn't have different information conveying techniques. So this is the wall of text, verbose, pedantic description. It would be nice to see some pictures or example code along with it. Anyway, we're going to step the statement. Okay, fetch something we know is in the table. This consists of... Well, this entails the following. Binding values for parameters in the statement. 2. Stepping the statement. How do they describe stepping? One or more times to evaluate the statement. The details on this determines whether the statement was prepared using... Okay, I know. Okay. If it's being executed, returns any data, then row is returned. Each time a new row of data is... Oh, I see. There could be more than one row, and done means that we're done. Okay. So, stepping the statement once... No, at least once. Each step... thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Each step gives us one more row. So really, I should probably have this return something, right? Let's just have it be... I'm not going to count errors. We'll just keep it simple. We'll make it the bool is if it's done or not. SQLite done. Return. So this one I don't care about. It should be first call returns the value, and the second call completes the query. Because we're going to get a row first, and then we're going to get a done, I'm pretty sure. And then when we get the row, while we're pointing at the row, we want to look at the column access. First call returns... The first call makes the value available. And so here we're going to have to fetch the column, right? Column access functions. So I can take in whatever format I want. So if I want an int, I can do column int, right? Yeah. So let's just say const auto last term equals I don't know, fetch column statement, and then is it 1 based? No, this one is 0 based. one based for statement parameters, 0 based for columns. Wonderful. And yeah, let's just keep it like this. So fetch column. I should have this overloaded by type. Fetch column int. So we have the statement and we have an index, right? It does need to be an int. It's too bad they don't use size t. Okay, so then how does this work? It just returns it, right? There's no error or anything. Yeah, it's really simple, looks like. What if it's out of bounds or something? It's happening, Shake Soda. SQLite, that's right. Not that I'm moving everything, but I'm getting comfortable with it. I'm mostly just going through the documentation for the different pieces of how you talk to the database to understand what the heck I'm doing. It served you well? We'll see. So far, so good for me. Let me read this from the top. They return information about a single column of the current result row of a query. In every case, the first argument is a pointer to the statement. Yes, we know that. Second argument is the index starting with 0. If it doesn't point to a row, the result is undefined. Okay, I can live with that. These routines may only be called with the most recent call. I got that. If any of these routines are called up to that, results are undefined, I can live with that. Okay, so it's really Wild West style. It's if you either get the data or it's undefined. So I just return it, right? Return SQLite 3 column int statement.get index. Right. Fetch column int. And then, right. Printf. Last term is %d. Last term. Let's try it. 3720. Is that what I put in there? It was. Look at that. It just worked. Sweet. So we do something more challenging? Or should I just check that in? I should probably just check this in, right? I don't think I've actually pushed this repository at all. So I basically added a CMake file to build it along with a Playground app. Do I want to put anything more in the Playground app before I put the initial commit in there? Ah. That was fun. I'm not going to bother documenting the functions. I think they're self-explanatory, so let's just check it in. Add CMake lists.txt file and an example Playground program. And it's the master, not vendor. So again, I want to emphasize this. Whenever I work in a repository that is code that's not mine, like it's some kind of open source, I like the vendor branch to match exactly what was released, unmodified. If I have to add any files, they don't go into vendor, they go into a different branch. So master I always think of as the current, working, development area. And if I wanted to freeze code for a release, I would have a release branch. But so master is where I get to change things. Vendor is where I'm not allowed to change things. That's the original owner, and I just mirror it. So that's why I have two branches. Git push. So that is available on my GitHub now. If you want to play around with this too, it's at github.com/Raimo8354/SQLite. That works, right? Hold on. Before I hit enter. Oh, I don't have a readme. Should I have a readme? Let's add a readme. Anyway, it's here. Readme. I guess I'll just grab a random readme and put it in here. So this is SQLite. And then let's pull from their homepage. Okay. Let's see. Let's put something here like this project builds SQLite as a shared library suitable for linking into any C or C++ program. Rhymey, don't be grimy. Okay. Hey there, Marcus Shiva. This project builds SQL as a shared library suitable linking into any program. In addition, a command line shell program, SQLite 3, in addition, a command line shell program SQLite 3 is built, which can be used to interact with SQLite on the command line, or in a terminal. Let me break this up into a list instead. This project builds the following. SQLite. A shared library suitable for linking to any a shared library containing the SQLite database engine. Okay, and then next bullet. SQLite 3, a command line shell program which can be used to interact with SQLite in a terminal. All right, and then 3 is what did I call it in this window? SQL Play. A small playground application used to demonstrate SQLite. Used to demonstrate SQLite and experiment with its features. All right, and then it's a portable. I don't want to say this. This is the SQLite library. I don't need to repeat this, do I? This project builds libraries and programs, builds portable libraries and programs which depend only on the C++ 11 compiler and C standard libraries. Should be supported on almost any platform. Oh, I'm being subscribed to. It's Cthulhu. Almost a whole year. Thank you for the resub, my friend. How are you doing, Cthulhu? Building. This library is not intended to stand alone. Actually, I guess it could. This library may stand alone or be included in a larger project. This library may stand alone or be included in a larger project. It comes with... Oh, it may be... it uses and may be integrated into a larger systems which use CMake to generate the build system linked to let's just say that. Well, actually, I could just say which is which allows build systems to be constructed in various environments and using various tools. There we go. SQLite investigation, exactly. SQLite all the time. How am I? I'm doing very well. Basically, Indians are the most ignorant or say stupid compared to the knowledge they should have about... I don't understand what that means, but okay. There are two distinct steps in the build process. Yes, generating the build system using CMake and then building it. And we don't have these dependencies. It just depends on CMake and the tool chain that you pick. Here's an example how to generate it. So this is like standard boilerplate stuff I like to have. All right, let's include that. Add readme.md. Am I successfully coding after 2 months of isolation? I've been like this for the last year and a half. Still, words are difficult for me. The pandemic hasn't really affected me personally as much as far as my work, because even before that, I was still sitting here broadcasting the same way. But that's really just physical isolation. I still have my family around me, and their lives are affected more because they're not going out to work and school. They have to do it all from home. But I'm only physically isolated. I'm not isolated completely, right? I have you guys. I have chat. I hang out on other streams. I get my socializing that way mostly now. Isolation is good for coding? Yeah, but so is also collaboration. All right, so that's pushed upstream. Now, what does it look like? Do I still have that in a link? I guess I can click on my own link. I thought I had clicked it. Okay, so now there's a nice README there. Cool. So I have it set up in GitHub now if anyone else wants to use it. What if the cable provider dies, no internet connection? Yeah, that's one thing that I stress about sometimes, is that you lose connection to the internet, then I've lost most of my social connections. And I just dropped 20 frames. I think the internet is rumbling when I mentioned it. I should just knock on wood and be very superstitious about it. Hold on. What did I miss? I missed something. Anyway. I'm done with that file. Should we go to something more advanced? Okay, there's an extra space there. I should have checked the test database I have instructions on how to create it. Got a math of a problem. I got a math of a problem or math problem? Either way, you've been trying to solve it for a while, huh? Oh, you got the math of a problem you've been trying to solve. I see. Yeah. Sorry, it took me a little bit to figure that out. Okay, so if I wanted something more complex. For example, a component. Yeah. Mondays, and especially Mondays where you stayed up too late the night before. Excuse me. I should probably take a break. I kind of want to break. This is a nice standalone example. So what if I have like... What if I break this up into different programs that each get a little bit more complicated? And I can include the database along with it, actually. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Here are some little playground apps for experimenting with SQLite. So I'm trying to think, can I do this with an array? I guess I can just... Well, why did it type 3 ones there? Uh-oh. Keyboard is having issues. Let's call it main for play 1. Okay. Actually, can I have one statement like this? Let me look up something really quick. CMake. Actually, that would be in DevDocs, right? CMake. Sure, enable. CMake. There we go. Repeated calls for the same, okay, but... Oh, public. Yeah, this one. So only just, okay, there's one target per statement, so forget that. So I guess I just need to have different subsections. Yeah, let's make different subsections here. SQL play 1. Extremely simple key value kind of table. I should also play around with writing values in there, right? But I wanted to do a more advanced one with multiple rows. SQL play 2. Fetching multiple rows in one query. So let's replace the 1 with a 2. Okay, so then this, there needs to be play 1. This goes into there as main. Let's call it play1.main. It's a small playground application for experimenting with SQLite. This example simply reads one value from a key value kind of table. All right, and then let's make another folder. How do I make a folder from this level? Like that. There we go. That worked. All right, so play 2. This example shows how to fetch multiple rows and columns at once. I'm just thinking about how I would want to do this. Okay, anyway, I need to get the test database in there. So let me copy. Build BS. Hold on. I'm not done yet. I need to actually build this stuff. Build. Okay. SQLite. Right, so then I should probably name the databases differently. So let's call this one test1. Let's call it play1.db. And this is playtube.db. And let me get it set up something to copy the database into place. See ya, Crumpet. You have a great day too. Where have I done this before? I've done this here. Right, or we do a post build command. Exactly. So we'll have a post build command for playground 1 to copy the I don't need this, do I? I want to do target file dir though. Yeah. I want to copy play, let's call it test.db to the target, but name it play1.db, and then another custom command down here to name it 2. And then I need to get the files in place. So copy stage test.db to, oh, I'm in the wrong file. I'm in the wrong folder. SQLite example play1. So here, copy 3 levels up from the stage test.db. All right, and then build. Oh, I have to actually make a, wait a minute. What was the error? Hold on, what? Why does it say that there's an error? Oh, this should say playground 1, and that should be a 2 actually. Playground 1. Why does it say error? Error copying file. Oh, does that path need to actually be in there? Do I need to do this target property? Slash that? So it would be target property of playground 1. Source dir. Okay, we can do that. Try again. Target playground 2 not found. Oh, it's a variable. Oh, that's probably what it is. No, that's not what it is. But that is a problem. I'm like, maybe I forgot to use variable expansion. I did use variable expansion, just not in the new places. Still failing. Is the folders wrong or something? Oh, the folders are wrong. How? Oh, wait. No, I don't use the target part. I just use examples / play 1. Yeah, that's what I need to do. Examples / play 2. Or maybe I need both. Maybe I need both. Let's do this for both. And then put examples play 2 / extremely long expansion. Play 1. There we go. And the file should be there now. So if I go to build SQLite, should play 1 dB, play 2 dB, right? Okay, so let me update the README though to match this. A small use to demonstrate small playground application used to demonstrate a small playground application which demonstrates using SQLite to fetch a value from a simple key value table. All right, and then 2 is going to be a small playground application demonstrates using SQLite to fetch multiple rows and columns of data in a single query. That's what I wanted to do next. All right. I need to set up a database with multiple values in it, so let's do that. I need to be in the SQLite examples play 2. I need to run SQLite 3. Quit. With test.db. Well, let's delete test.db. Test.db. Okay. How are we going to create this? Create table. I was thinking about creating it based off of the data I have. Characters. So an integer key. So entity, int primary key. And then these various values here. Armor, int, con int, dex int, HP int, HP max int, int, string int, schema. Well, that's nice. It actually worked. I can actually use int as a name. All right, and then insert into characters values. Let's just copy from what I had in my test database here. So 523 is 0, 14, 16, 18, 24, 15, 16. Insert into, well, I can just backspace here. There's another character I need, 3330, who is an NPC. Armor 4, no constitution. How do I put a null there? Good question, Raimu. How do we put nulls in place? So an expression. Literal value. Null. And I'm assuming I can use lowercase null. What window am I going to? I'm going to this window. And then dexterity. Actually, I wonder if I can name them. It's 16. Whoops. This window. Hit points 10,000, 10,000. And then null and the null. Actually, yeah. So select star from characters. Sounds good to me. So then let me grab that. Say that that's how we created this database. There. All right. So then how am I going to change this? So it's going to be select star from characters. And let's have no parameter this time, because the other test already did parameters. We don't need to do parameters. Fetch multiple rows. Multiple rows and columns. What's this MP4? Oh, that's from Adam's channel. Still working on it today, huh? Cool. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. This in tables of following. I don't need to bind anything. Okay, so stepping the statement for each row. I never finished the comment in play 1. I never finished that comment. Each step gives us one more row of results. 3 is, well, each step gives us one more results, which we can. Oh, who's this? Gadam just gifted a sub to Shake Soda. My goodness, thank you, Gadam. Welcome, Shake Soda. Such a generous viewer, Gadam is. Each step gives us one more row of results, from which we can fetch individual columns of data. And then 3, actually, it's just 2 steps. Binding the values and stepping. So I want to just repeat this. There's only one step. So if there's only one step, I don't even need to break it out. This entails stepping the statement once per row. Stepping the statement. And Mr. Balrog has got a sub now from Gadam. Such a generous Gadam today. Wow. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Thank you. Each step gives us one more row of results in which we... Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. So we don't need a key, don't need to bind. So this is what I'm going to do a while. It was... So while not step statement, we're going to do some stuff in here, right? Hey there, too, bud. Maybe want to read what you've written before the first generous skip by Gadam. Let me see. You did this. You mean the game by Adam. You just implemented the sniping thing? I missed the sniping thing. What's the sniping thing? I don't know what you implemented and what Adam had. But okay, cool. And welcome to a bud. They shoot you where you're going to be in the future. Oh yeah, I remember Adam was talking with people in his chat about that. Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to just fetch a column. I want to know how many columns there are, right? And I want to get names and stuff from them too. So how do I do that? Let's learn. Spent 2 evenings about that problem? Wow. Game developer Nui. Most impressive. Okay, it's in this column access function somewhere. Is it this column value? Is that what I want? Unprotected SQLite 3 object. I guess I don't want that. I'm not sure what that's used for. What do I want here? There's a column count. I suppose we can do that before. Let's check if we can do that. So const auto num columns equals count columns statement. Put that after build statement. So I'm not going to bind. I don't need these. Let's repurpose this. Let's just do that. Int. Well, yeah, everything is ints, right? And this was what? Another sub? Oh my goodness. Goddamn. What are you doing? Thank you for the third gifted sub to Nui this time. I appreciate the contributions. Thank you very much. Aw. No, that's not my job to pick. Thank you again. And hey there, Caldur Draconis. Let's see. Yeah, I'm having trouble, like, following through the documentation. It's... I don't know. More bits! Good damn, you're very generous today. Thank you again. I'm glad you're enjoying... apparently you're enjoying the stream. And, thank you very much. Do I just need to return this column count? Am I just making little wrappers? I guess so. Count columns. So, the thing is, I wanted to see if I can get the name of the column. Data count, what is that? What's the difference? Yeah, lack of examples. So I am forced to read the text here and try to construct in my mind, like, how would you use this? Oh, no, it's null. Never mind. Yeah, I don't see the difference between data count and column count. I'm guessing the column count is how many that should have, and data count is the actual number? I don't know. But then how do I get the name of a column? Blob double int text value bytes type? Maybe we can't get the name. Pretty sure you want the column count every time? Not the what's the difference between column count and data count then? They both say number of columns in a result set, only this is all in caps and this one's not. It is in the current row, so I have to... Okay, I think you're right, Shake Soda. I need to wait until I get a row first. So I need to do that then. Question is, like, how do I... Can you get the name of a column? Never seen it done? I might have to resort to searching. I don't know if it's possible to get the name. Let's search. SQLite, get column names from statement. How do you get a list of column names? Here we go. Okay. So I guess you can't get them. You can't. You're supposed to know your database. Okay. Okay. That's fine. So then, I guess I would be very specific here then if I wanted to match my example and hello playing with scissors. I should prepare any question that I have for you. Does that mean I need to bind the parameters of any question that I prepare for you playing with scissors and hello? I'm guessing I don't want to do star here then because it's not really that useful. If I just want like, let's say entity, let's just fetch some things that we care about, right? Let's get something that we know will be there, like hit points, and something that might not be there, which would be, I guess, constitution. Make a prepared statement we can use to look up some attributes of all characters. Pick two attributes. Pick the key and one attribute which... Pick the key, one attribute which both characters have, and another attribute which only one character has. Alright, and then so I guess I would just be doing this again. So this is key, well, entity. And hit points and constitution. But if this one might be null, I want to see what we get for that. So this is 0, 1, and 2, right? So entity HB equals D, constitution equals D. Let's just see what we see. Entity, hit points, constitution. Don't need that. I don't need that. Correct. Build. Let's run it. Quit. Yeah, go back 3 levels and go to build VS Code SQLite play SQL play 2. Okay, so we get 0 if it's not present. I guess that's fine. That's sort of how my JSON database works too. If a key isn't present and you look it up, it would just be 0. How would I tell if it's null or 0 though? I guess maybe column type? I guess I have to do a specific query, right? If it is null. I'm curious what this type one returns. I can't even see it. Column type, what does that do? Default data type for the result. Returns the data type code for the initial data type of the result column. So an integer, float, text, blob, or null. Oh, I see. So I could see if it's null. Only meaningful if no automatic type conversions have occurred for the value in question. After a type conversion, the result of calling type is undefined though harmless. Okay, let's just check to see if it's here. So I would do it before I do a check, right? Const auto has con equals is column null or not is column null. Statement 2 bool. They say you can do type and compare it to SQLite null. Has con non-null null. That should be in a string. There. Yep, that worked. SQLite column name? Oh, there is a name thing. Huh. I didn't see it. It's not documented here. I guess it's in a different place. Column. Son asked you to tell him what solar eclipse was. I said, no sun. Okay, Mr. Balrog. Mr. Balrog has been in a lot of streams lately, telling jokes. It's like a joke source, infinite joke source. Thank you, Shake Soda. Well, but like Playing with Scissors said, I probably shouldn't call this because I'm supposed to know my database, right? I think you would only want to use this if you have those like select star queries like that, and you would only do that if like you want to get some metadata about the table, the shape of the table along with the data, right? Okay. By the way, although we don't need it, we'll also demonstrate how to get the column names as well. And I never did the columns. Shoot, I didn't do this right. So this should be let's print it out here. How do I want to do this? Let's build a string here. And there's too many fields here, so let's put them all on different lines. And this will be column info dot string dot c string, because I'm going to use the builder stream. I'm going to use a builder. So standard o string stream column info. Column info shift out num columns and then for int 0 to num columns plus I. Hold on, there's a lot of chat and I need to catch up. There are perfectly good reasons to do this, but you should know your database preferably. Since while you do work, you don't have to. You will never need to fetch the column names. Well, I'm thinking like from a shell program where like if I forget what my columns are and I just do a select star for some reason, and I like as a noob database user I might do that, then I don't know what the columns are. I'm doing two things at once. I'm getting the rows, which are the data, but I'm also kind of wanting to know what the columns are. But I think Playing with Scissors is right. You probably would never do this in a real program. I'm mostly just doing this to understand what I could do. I'm kind of, yeah, I'm agreeing with Playing with Scissors. I think that I should know my database, and this is what this did, right? With specific columns. But just because we can, I want to see how it's done. Let's say if I is not 0, column info, put a comma, and then column info. Let's shift out the name. So column name, statement I, and make this another thing we can call. Count columns and standard string column name. Well, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate that very much, actually. Who would have thought that we would got to get a debate between shake soda and playing with scissors? How does this work then? I need to look it up because it's a little bit weird. Didn't I? Let's close some of these windows. I'm getting confused by too many windows. I thought I had grabbed a reference to this, but maybe I... Oh, no, I did right here. Okay, so I guess get back a pointer I can just use. Okay, so then... Yeah, I would just do that, wouldn't I? And I would build a C++ string out of it. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, entity, HB, constitution. Got it. The last one was a freebie. All right, Mr. Balrog. Accumulating... I have to stop giving you points for jokes. I think that points are coming too easy. I'm having a hard time keeping up with your conversation, but I hope it's civil. That was a terrible / good one, yeah. Hello there, LM Orchard, how are you doing? I'm mostly today just experimenting with SQLite, getting comfortable with it, that I know how to use it, and I'm doing so in a way that maybe could help others because I'm making these as little test playground programs that with the database in there that someone could run and then study. And maybe I should put a cautionary note here saying that we shouldn't have to do this part. Yeah. Cautionary note. Relying on the database to tell us how many columns there are and the column names is controversial. We're only doing it here to show how it's done and to get some practice. You should decide for yourself whether this is something that you should do in your own program, own designs, or not. Yeah, I'm glad you're being civil. I know that there's some disagreement, which is why I'm going to put this cautionary note in here, because I can understand how some people might object to relying on the database to tell us how many columns there are and what the names are, because technically I should know because they were in the query, right? So here we're going to fetch the data columns and print them out. You should never care about that in this project. It's only specific for DB resonances and complicated stuff. Please don't do what? Don't put this code in the example? Yeah, this isn't... Yeah, just to make sure we're clear, this isn't in my game. This is just a playground program. So it's just a small playground for experimenting. And in case someone like me, Future Rimo or someone else, sees this code and says, oh, I should do that, that's why I put this cautionary note. In fact, I'm going to put this all in caps. Uppercase. There we go. So as long as you're okay with it, me putting in a cautionary note, I think it's useful to at least consider that this might not be right for you, but if we're just exploring it for knowledge sake, then this is what we would do, right? All right, I'm gonna check this in because now we're getting one step further to in our quest of global domination using SQLite. You don't think it'll be very helpful? All right, how are you doing, Marcus Shiva? Is there something that you needed? Yeah, no need. I'm not going to do it in my game. I'm going to know what columns I'm working with. Okay, so I restructured. So restructured playground example and add a second one. Commit that. Yeah, I don't want to develop the bad habit for sure. So I won't do it in any other playground example. I want to get a little bit more advanced here. What's something that I might do or might need to know how to do? Probably updating the database, right? So how about we make one where it's built off of example 2, but we'll be adding something to the database. And then maybe setting and changing the existing table. So let's play around with adding a row. Actually, let's just do all of them. Let's do add, update, and remove. Right, updating and inserting are two different ones, right? Add, and then add would be an insert, and update would be a modification, right? I had some Wookiee steaks for dinner. They're quite chewy. Aww. Okay. Mr. Balrog is a very valuable member of the community, adding humor every day. Insert is add, update is modification. Yes. Let's make a play 3. And what am I going to do in play 3? Let's see. SQLite 3, a small playground application which demonstrates using SQLite to... So what are the preferred terms playing with scissors? Is it insert and update? Which demonstrates using SQLite to insert new rows and update existing rows and dropping to insert new rows, update existing rows, and delete. Basic CRUD, insert, update, delete, select. We already did select, that was 2 and 1. Insert new rows, update existing rows, and delete all rows of a table. Alright. So we'll have it start the same way. Play 3. This example shows how to, let's just copy from here. Insert new rows, update existing rows, and delete old rows of a table. Is replaced in place of insert and update. Huh. So it's the best time of day, 6:30, hands down. That's a clever one. All right, same thing here. We're in. Right, so make a prepared state. I kind of feel like we should have. We're doing 3 different things, right? So let's have 3 different sub-functions. These demonstrate modifying the database in 3 different ways. 1, adding a new row to a table. 2, updating an existing row. 3, deleting an old row. See ya, Shake Soda. Thanks for all your help. I don't know if I gave you enough points before. Let's give you another point on your way out. I probably don't give Shake Soda enough points. 9 is just not round. So let's round it up to 10. It took you too long to understand the 6:30 hands down? I saw it in a mental image right away when I saw the hands down 6:30. Those double spaces in line 100. That's just me, my old habit from being using the old typewriter, that you have 2 spaces between sentences. Does that trigger you playing with scissors? I'm sorry. No, we don't need that joke. We don't need that anymore. That was from Playground 1. Okay, so then add demonstrate add row db, demonstrate update row db, and demonstrate delete row db. Okay, so then I need those as separate functions up here. Void. These are all const database connections. Reminded you of code you dealt with last week. Demonstrate insert row. You don't like add? Oh, that's right. You wanted insert. Thank you. Thank you, playing with scissors. Keeping my terminology consistent. Add, update, delete. And was there a 4th one? What is the different? Oh, the select. Yeah, that was the subject of the previous playgrounds. Okay, so then let me move this junk into one of these. That was fun. Exit success. Make a prepared statement, which we can use to add a row. So let me pull from Playground 2, I think that did this. No, Playground 1 did this. I had a bind statement parameter that I want to reuse. And we don't need count columns or column name anymore. Right, build statement, bind statement parameter. Cool. All right, then we're gonna need to fetch things. I guess we're gonna fetch them out. Yeah, we're gonna fetch them out again. So I should have a copy of this at the end. So actually, between each demonstration, show dump out the table. So dump table. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Playing with scissors. Void dump table. By the way, playing with scissors, did you see the message I put into the Discord? I don't know if you got it, but I sent you a DM, DM or PM? I sent you a message in Discord because you asked me to tell you when I was going to look into databases, but I didn't see if you were in Discord. Yeah, okay, you saw it. Just making sure. I do need this. I didn't format that one right. That should be formatted like that. All right, dump table. Actually, this is what I wanted for dump table. That exact code. Right. Fetch. Okay, we're going to remove this cautionary stuff. Since I commented this before in other playgrounds, we won't even bother doing this. So let's just strip this all out. Yeah. Okay, so then insert row. It was insert into characters. Oh, you can limit which columns you do? Okay. Or I was just doing values. Interesting. So I guess we could that'll help me. I think I prefer this way actually to get to not have to know the order and not to remember the order of things. In fact, we'll on purpose have them backwards. Values, comma, comma. Actually, can I have it auto create an entity number? Yeah. Should I? Playing with scissors? How important is it? Okay, fine. You've convinced me. Caps it is. I want multiple cursors. There. Uppercase. Let's go back and do it. So it's select value, select from and where that are capitalized, right? There, we've done it. We've capitalized all of the important reserved words. Kids now use D because of Twitter, Instagram. Old timers use P. But I don't know which one to use playing with scissors. What leads me to researching SQLite? Because my game is very slow now, and so is my stream helper too, because the amount of data is approaching a level where I can't just store it all in one huge JSON file. Up to now, the game I've been working on stores everything in a JSON file that's in the test environment alone is 11,000 lines. I did a word count at the beginning of the stream, and it was like 95,000 line long JSON file to store all the game data. It takes more than 10 seconds now for the game to start up, and so that's a lot of wasted CPU cycles and delay. So I figure eventually I got to move to a real database. I got to move to binary formats, so that's what I'm looking into now. Restyling, yeah. I'm okay with doing that. That's a good habit. I can agree that that's a good habit to get into. Hey there, Prof Elements. I need to take a break, though. I'm going to take a break after this third example and then maybe continue a little bit more. I'm just waving to all the people I didn't say hi to. Prof Elements, the Simeon, and Same Linux. I didn't say hi to you. Your message snuck through and I didn't see it. That I could use replace in place of insert and update. Hello. Could use replace in place of insert and update. Oh, because replace doesn't insert if it's not there? Okay. Enjoy your meal, playing with scissors. When you come back, I'll probably be on play 4. Okay, so it's important to me to get to have this set up so that it's bound values, because I think we're going to want to construct a lot of prepared statements and be doing this a lot in the actual code, where we're just binding different values and just reusing existing statements. Not going yet? Well, if your water is boiling, you need to start cooking, go cook. Aw, good damn, give another sub. That's like 4 or 5 subs today. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for gifting that to Playing with Scissors, who now can use once again all of the best emotes on Twitch. Use named prepared statements much better than. I don't know how to use named prepared statements. Maybe that will be the subject of play 4. All right. So we're not fetching multiple, right? Bind the values we want to insert into the row. So I did this in play 1, right? Yeah, bind statement parameter. So the 1 was the entity. 2 is the constitution, and 3 is the hit points. So let me pull from the real data as an example. So here we have another character. Const int entity is that. There's only one ever of it, so we might as well make it a global constant. 4 armor. No. Constitution we don't have. So let's remove Constitution. It's just hit points. Let me do this one. I don't know why I'm making sure that the numbers are the same. Let's do this 24. The schema just had... Oh, there's hit point max. Okay, let's add hit point max. No, but the dump only did entity hit points in Constitution. Yeah, so let's just do it this way. Yeah. Oh, that one worked with string. Well, I'll make an overload that works with int. Or just change this existing one. Int. Bind int, probably, right? And I'm assuming it's just a value. And there's no transient. Yeah, easy peasy. Query looks like insert into value. Oh. Well, that's cool. Thank you, Playing with Scissors. Let's get Playing with Scissors 3 points. Alright, getting there. Sorry I'm slow. I feel like I'm slow. Okay, submit, I guess submit the query. This does the actual insertion. It's just step statement, and it will be done right away because we didn't do a select. And that's it. Okay. Let me see if that's good so far. So, I want to go to this shell and run SQL play 3. I didn't build it, did I? Oh, wait, the makefile didn't include it. Yeah. 3 time 3. If I was better at CMake, I would just have some CMake that just does this in a loop. Okay, SQL play 3. Inserting, updating, and deleting rows. Took you like a week to get where I am. Started 14 years ago, though. Yeah. I'm going to chalk it up to not getting enough sleep last night. Build. Now I can run it. And it's going forever. So my dump thing didn't work. I screwed up the dump table somehow. Interesting. That didn't change from before, did it? Yeah, I did have a while. Oh, Gadam again. He's gifting subs to all my regulars. Thank you, Gadam. Again. Wow. Lots. You're like the gift sub king of the channel, I think. Yeah, there's the while. It'll return true if it's done. So while it's not done, fetch the next one. So obviously it didn't think it was done somehow. Wait. Play 2 works. Play 3 goes forever. What did I do differently between play 2 and play 3? Build a statement. Select... Oh, I didn't capitalize these. It's the same while loop though, right? I removed the count columns and column name. But that shouldn't have affected it. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Close like 5 windows. Yeah. After you figure out what, like something like that, then yeah. Oh, thank you for the other follow. Are you exiting the while in the for loop? Another follow. Uh-oh. We have a lot of follows at the same time. Makes me manga-esque shake nervous. In play 2, I don't think it was exiting. No, it's the same thing. While not step statement. Print out a bunch of stuff about it, and then it's just stepping the statement again. So it's the same thing again. Oh, wait a minute. It's possible that it didn't. Yeah, the database is empty. That's what it is. Okay, I never checked to see if the database could open successfully or not. Actually, hold on. Maybe I did. I did do that. What's going on here? Does this check not work? Oh, it's probably opening a new database. Can we go back to the select one and learn how to count rows in the table? You mean this one? That you just step until it's done. And that's the number of rows, right? Unless you made a like select count or something like that, right? Like you could do a select count. Do you do a star? I can't remember. From characters. That would just give you a single row with a number, which is the number of characters, right? I'm guessing that I'm getting an error when we do the query. This step statement didn't care if it was an error or not. Yeah. It was opening a new database and the table didn't exist. I just set this up wrong. I didn't copy it, so I need to do that. I need to copy in. So copy SQLite examples play 2 testdb to SQLite examples play 3. It was already there, so it must be my build system then. It didn't copy it. Oh, yeah, it overwrote 2 instead of 3. There we go. It was not copying it. So now it should have copied it. There it is. Three. Okay, and let me have a delimiter in the dump. Yeah, I just don't have checking here to see if the query is the step doesn't check for errors right now. It would be confusing. So the problem is that I kind of painted myself in a corner here with bool. That means there's only 2 possibilities. We're done or we're not done. I need a third possibility, which is error. I could use exceptions, but I hate exceptions. So probably the way I would want to do this is use an enum instead of a bool, and have it be like, we're done, or it's an error, or we're not done. What 2 things can you eat, but not for dinner? Yeah, personally, I just don't like them playing with scissors. I have nothing against them other than just personal dislike. Like, I don't say that they're bad, I just say I don't like them. Your shorts. Exceptions seem valid for errors. Yeah, I have a really big hang up about exceptions because of being burned in the past with it. But yeah, I could have this check for error and throw an exception, sure. Breakfast and lunch. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't think it was that easy of a joke, of a riddle. Hold on, I get kind of confused when I try to do multiple things at once. One thing at a time. Let's just have a printf, which does a bunch of dashes. A whole bunch of dashes. Okay, so added a row. So hold on. If only C++ supported multiple return values. I know. Well, I could do that in a structure. But one thing at a time. I want to actually print what we're doing here. Inserting a row. Why am I doing the character return line feed, by the way? That should just be line feed. Alright. Let me do proper error handling. Let's do it from the start in play 1. Okay. Let's, actual test database. Okay, so demonstrate. Well, no, let's do it in another playground test. One which doesn't have a database. Or I could just have it be a bad statement. I don't want to do too many things in the same playground. One thing at a time. Yeah, I don't want to introduce more than one concept at a time. I really should introduce error handling first, though, shouldn't I? Thing is, to demonstrate error handling, we actually have to arrange for an error to happen, which is complicated. Wait, you know, I could do it once here, and then just not do it in the other examples. C++ 17 structured binding makes it pretty easy, huh? Yeah, I'll show how I'll do it without exceptions here. So, it's in the step, right? Yeah. So, now we will demonstrate the error handling. Let's construct a new statement, which will cause an error when we step it. All right, so then we can reuse statement if I make it not const. So select foo from bar. So if step statement dot error. Oops, that should have been an error. Good. We got an error as expected. Dot, yes. Oh, what do you call an idiot without eyes? A dot? I don't know if Playing with Scissors appreciates these awful jokes. Yeah, selecting from a table that doesn't exist. That's exactly what we're doing. All right, so I just need to change this. So we're going to define a structure. Step statement results. And it will have bool done and bool error. And we just return one of these. So we have to make one, of course. And say results. Well, we can do a switch, right? Case done. Case SQLite row, I think it is. And default. We'll just assume everything else is an error. run there. That much. Copy, paste, paste. Okay, so results dot... it's not helping me? Why is it not helping me? Probably because this is not valid until I do return results. And this also is a syntax error, isn't it? Wait a minute, what? Why is that an error? Oh, yeah. And not counting my parentheses, right? Error is true. Okay, and then this one is results.done is true. And we don't need to do anything there. I like it to be obvious what's going on. Alright, so then we're done. So then run playground 1 again. Good, we got an error as expected. An insert doesn't return a row. Sounds like this will break. It should be a done, right? Itchy nose. Won't it be done right away? So, yeah, let's incorporate that into other examples. And let's not ignore the errors. This should say, like, if that dot error. Something went wrong. Return exit failure. We're just bombing straight out. Okay, second call completes the query. Oh, you know what? I can be more explicit here. So we can do auto results is step statement, and then move that comment up there. If results error, something unexpected happened. Else if results.done. Actually, it should neither be an error nor done. So if it's an error or it's done, it's unexpected, right? Okay, and then I can do that again. Second call completes the query. It's if it's an error or not done. Okay. Don't repeat the auto. Okay, so there's just a little bit of more overhead where you have to do dot on... The coloring is all weird here. That's weird. Look at that. That's blue, and then bright white, and then yellow, and then white again. Okay, now it repaired itself. Yeah, a little bit more of overhead because you either have to store it and look up its details, or if you just need one thing, it would just be a dot. Repeating code. Could be. Okay, so I'm gonna, since it's a good thing in the demonstration to do that, I'm just gonna move that over into the other playgrounds. That's step statement right here. Rather than ignoring errors. Step statement. Oh, I didn't move the structure definition, did I? This one. Okay, and then where... Right here, we'll do that instead of ignoring the results. Why is it telling me that there's an error? Because there is an error. Okay, yeah, this is where it makes it's a little bit more complicated, right? I can't just do it in one thing there. Can I? Actually, I can if I'm a little bit sneaky about it. I can say that I can pre-declare the step results, statement results, step results. Same thing but not capitalized. I can say while that equals that, comma, this dot done, not. It's a little bit unusual syntax, but I think this works where you capture the results and then the actual condition is the second part of the comma statement. I think this will work. But when we can do the right thing and check for an error first. If step statement results error, then something unexpected happened. Okay, that should work. Let me verify. Nope, it's not. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, I thought I could do that. Shouldn't I be able to do that? It says I can't do that. Oh no, it's somewhere else. 109, what? Oh, on number 3. So I can do that. I just haven't updated 3 yet. Yeah, down here, right? So same scheme here. And check for an error. We should have a bool here. Return false. Return true. Dump table. This is where I'm paying the cost for not having exceptions. But I can do an old C trick, which is to have an error. And then do this. You guys are going to hate me for this. It's one of the only times that a goto is considered acceptable. Go to error. There we go. Well, something and something else? No, because the first thing was I needed to assign it to where that is and then look at it. You didn't have to add a goto, but then I don't want to have to repeat this fprintf everywhere. I could have an exception. This is sort of how an exception works anyway, right? Only I'm being explicit about it. So much better than the throw, I know. I just hate exceptions. Okay, why is this a problem? I don't see the problem here. It's the previous compile that had a problem. Okay. Yeah, it all works. It works. So yeah, I hardly ever use this, but what the comma does, basically, this is a compound expression. And the value of the compound expression is always the value of the last thing in the list. So it's going to execute them in order. So this one will execute, and then it'll evaluate, and this one has a side effect of storing it in there. And then the second thing it evaluates is this, and then that is the value that we get from evaluating the compound, is the last thing in the list. You can hear PWS ring from here. You didn't know you could do that? Yeah. I was just trying to do it without too much overhead, right? So I can get the error. I capture everything, and then the while only cares about the done, and then the error is going to return or do an early return. This is the cost I pay for not doing exceptions. So the exception way to do it with exceptions, it would be I just return done, and I would throw, and then I wouldn't have to catch here because I would catch outside here. So technically, I don't need to do that. I just return false because these all just go to error, right? Let me test that by having characters with 2 S's. Yep, it works. Hold on a sec. Okay, we have a problem where my son has to talk on his stream while I have to talk on mine in the same room. I should probably take a break, shouldn't I? I was going to finish this first though, right? I can finish this. We can do this. There's insert. Let's do an update. He's streaming for his school. Well, technically it's a one-on-one stream, I think. He's talking with his teacher, I think. Updating a row. Oh, what do we want to update? Let's set the constitution of the row we just added to something else. So this would be update. You don't need a... Okay, I have my cheat sheet because I don't remember this. Right here somewhere. Where'd I put it? Here. Update. Update table name set. Okay, update characters set. Okay, so I don't need parentheses, right? Send it. Set constitution equals there, where entity equals that. All right. Bind the values we want. Bind the key and value and the value we want to update. So that's entity and constitution, right? Let's set that to 22. Yeah. School is on. It didn't work. Did I not do that right? Do I have them bound backwards? Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you, Toulouse. Oop, and I waved to you instead of giving you a point. That's how tired I am. Yeah, 2 and... Whoops. 2 and 1, reverse them. Yeah, I definitely need to take a break. Okay, cool. The update worked. And one more. I'll do remove, and then I'll take a break. And while I'm at my break, I need to figure out what my next step is. So, deleting row. So this is delete from, right? Where entity... Actually, if we wanted to, we can do a different thing. We can say where HP is greater than something, right? Let's delete all characters who have over 30 hit points. There we go. Or really, it's deleting all rows where hit points is more than 30. And updating entity that to have that constitution. There. It's more than... I need to actually put the arguments in here, don't I? Entity con. And there's a missing dot. That's very important to me. Cool. That's how printf works. Yes. Let's check it in. So technically, I added proper error handling. Well, proper if you hate exceptions, error handling. So add error handling, the non-exception type, to examples. And then this one was to add example 3. So add a third example. Okay, thank you, Playing with Scissors, and enjoy your meal. I'm going to take a, I don't know, let's make it a 5-minute break. So I've been sitting here for 4 hours. And if you've been sitting in wherever you are for even just an hour, or not just 4, but just an hour, it's probably a good time to get up and stretch and get something to drink. That's what I'm going to do. You've been here for 4 hours? I know. Where did the time go? I hope you've been enjoying so far me figuring out how to use SQLite from C. I'll get back to it in a little bit. Before I go, I wanted to say hi to some people who chatted and I didn't acknowledge them, and that was Ernius, who was saying I was repeating code, which, yeah, you're right. And then Moscow. Where was your comment? Moscow Bish. Oh, what was that? What was that? Another 100 bits? You don't have to do that, Cadet, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hold on, I was just acknowledging people. Hi. I'm going to go on a break now for about 5 minutes, but I'll be back and probably just go deeper into this rabbit hole. I'll be right back. I'm back 15 seconds early. Hello. What do you need to open up a zoo? A monkey? Quarter point? Hey, Prof Elements. Alright, what am I going to do next? What does my current task say? I've been playing around with it. I've gotten... Let's see. Let's see if there's anything deeper I can do. You don't have jokes or know this DB stuff, so how else can you earn points? I don't know. How many points do you have? You don't have any points? But you've been giving so much to the stream today. How about I give you a good solid 10 points? You can also just well, yeah, usually I give out points when someone corrects me or gives me an idea for something to look at or to try. So if you're not familiar with database stuff, it'd be kind of hard to contribute, wouldn't it? That's true. It's sort of a disadvantage. That's my cheat sheet. This was what? We don't need that anymore. Okay. Does that pretty much wrap it up for the API? It really just comes down to different kinds of queries now? Or am I going to run into a situation where I need to do something more advanced? I guess I could be looking at I know what I could be doing. I could be trying the JSON 1 extension now that I'm reasonably comfortable with this. So, let's try to do that. Not for sure we're going to use it, but I want to have it available in case I want to use it. So current task will be trying to learn how to extend SQLite to more easily handle JSON values. Well, let me be more specific. Trying to learn how to extend SQLite with the JSON 1 extension. Alright, so do I need another playground for that? I suppose so. So play 4. And, oh, I forgot to update the README for play. Oh no, I did update it. Did I check in playground 3? I think I did. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so playground 4. Another small playground application which demonstrates using the JSON 1 extension to SQLite. There we go. You know a guy? Man. You have so many jokes, Mr. Balrog. I can't... If I were to award you a point for every joke, then you're gonna, like, hog all the points. How about I'll give you one more point for that? For every joke that genuinely makes me laugh. And not doing, like, a ha-ha polite laugh for. Alright. Okay. Right. Paste SQL Play 4 examples using the JSON 1 extension. Can I replace just from here down? No, it does up to. I guess I just keep hitting Control D until I hit them all. 4. And then there's a 4 there. That's the one I missed last time. Okay. Actually, it's Toulouse who has most of the points these days. I don't have a bot command for this, so I have to actually look at the leaderboard here. Yeah, Toulouse is like 226 points. And there was something wrong with Mr. Balrog's account. It doesn't show up here, but technically Mr. Balrog is... Oh, no, here you are. You're nom 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 nom. You're in 6th place now. Toulouse is just very good at spotting things that I do wrong, which is most appreciated. It saves me a little bit of time. As long as it's something that, it's just something I didn't notice, and saves me time because I'll have to discover that I didn't notice it before and then go fix it later. If it's like, it's not backseat coding, I think. If it's just pointing out things that I should have seen that for some reason my eye skipped. If it was something like, well, you didn't design it right, do it this other way, then yeah, that's not so good. He didn't make jokes, he found typos and gave other ideas. The power of bug fixing to get them points, that's right. Yeah, instead of laughs, it's bug fixings. All right, open our test database. Okay, yeah, it's the same database, right? Oh, wait, but no, I need to do some research first. First, I need to make sure this actually builds, though. This should build it. And then I can do, from this window, I can just do SQLite 4. All right, so it's the same as 3. All right, now to figure out this extension. This one here, right here. A loadable extension. So we need to learn about loadable extensions first. Let's go. Let's put that one in a new tab. SQLite has the ability to load extensions at runtime. Allows the code for extensions to be built and tested separately. Can also be linked in, statically linked with the application. I don't really like the idea of DLL, so if I were to use it, I think I would want to statically link it. You should give the entry point function a SQLite extension a different name to avoid name collisions if your application contains 2 or more extensions. I mean, I got that. Okay. Has a son named Joe. You're not joking, but he is. Oh. It took a moment. Joe King. That was actually pretty good. I'm thinking of just skipping this stuff because I don't really want to mess with DLLs. Yeah, can I skip this? Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to statically link it in. It just shows up our Steve is prepared to go for the ultimate dad trolling. Exactly. JSON1 is a larger and more complex extension. Oh no, and this is too wide. There we go. Here we go. Statically linking or a runtime loadable extension. To statically link, simply add the SQLite core compile time option. That core macro causes the extension init and init macros 1 and 2 to become no ops. Then modify your application to invoke the entry point directly. Particularly important to use an entry point name that is based on the file name extension rather than the generic. Right, if you have more than one extension, yes. Uh-huh. I think I understand what it's saying, because when you program it, you have these to make calls, so we would not call, those would become no ops. Yeah, I think I see how this goes. You have a friend who's so into Elgo Wiki, Baduk, an old board game. that he named his sons Sten and Dan, which in Swedish are related to the stones used in the game. Oh, wow. Cool. You read documents like this and just think to yourself, what the heck are you getting into? Yeah, it's kind of... I mean, this is like how things were documented in the old days. It's just hard to read. Like, there are no examples here. I guess there are examples up here. Yeah. They were good with examples midway through, but then this, like, no examples. Sparse examples, yeah. Okay, I get that I need to define that compile time option, probably for both SQLite and the extension, right? And then we invoke the entry point directly, passing in null for the API parameter. Hold on, does that mean that this is not is that not used in the main code? Oh, it is. Uh-oh. They hard-coded to 1 here. That's not good. Oh, wait. No. We would do this for the extension. That's what it's saying. I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yes, so if I search for that, it's probably conditionally defined in the header file, right? Yep, right here. Yeah, here we go. So when we compile SQLite itself, it's no opt. No. It's no opt. What is this? It was 1, but what's this omit load extension? That's weird. How hacky the code. Well, the way that you do conditional compilation, like if it's overdone, like maybe this isn't so bad. I kind of understand what they're doing here, because the signatures and of the code, the signatures of functions and how they're called at what point differs if it's statically linked or dynamically linked, right? Fundamentally, you don't want to call it right away if it's dynamically linked. You want to wait until the loader loads it, then you can call it. So they have to delay it. But if it's statically linked, you don't want to do that. So that's why. So this additional, these inits are done only for dynamic link, because you got to wait for it to be loaded first and then you do it. But it's statically linked, it's just already done. So I kind of understand it, but it does get a little bit gross. Okay, they do say your extension. Okay, I think I get it. I need to get the JSON1 extension source code and set it up to build it as a library that we're going to include and make it statically linked for our application. So, where is this extension? Where can I find it? It's included. Oh, nice. It's disabled by default. Add the SQLite enabled JSON1 to enable extension that is built into the... Oh, okay. So that means I don't need to actually make it a separate library. I just need to make a build option for it then. Yeah, let's find this. Cool, they don't hard code it. So I would do it in the build system then, right? And yeah, there it is. Cool. So then I just need to modify the build system then. This one. So I need an option here. And I want to make it so that this one is only enabled if that option is on. So where have I done options before? Option? Option in cmake lists.txt. Yes, I've done it here. Right, so this is how we do it. Make an option here. Okay, this option enables the JSON1 extension along with the examples which require that. I can't type right now. Which require it. Option, I think it's always polite to begin with a unique name like the project SQLite, and then enable JSON or include JSON1. So this should be include JSON1 extension. So it'll be just default to off. And then how do I use this conditionally? Oh, just use it like that. Okay, so if is that how I'm... Okay, no space after if in my CMake files. Just trying to be consistent here. If, then we'll indent. And is it end if? It is, it's end if. There. Okay, and then I need to actually add that. How do I do that? How to add that option? This is not the way you should do it. That's for a special Visual Studio thing. Is it here? Here it is. This is exactly how you do it. I did it for that conditional compilation there. So that would go here. If include JSON1, the target compiled definitions of... Oh, I'm in the wrong section. This should go with the library up here. Right, for this, and it's private, right? It means it's not going to be defined in things which include this library. Or actually, I could make it public. Let's not pollute. Let's not pollute. And I need this one. All right, so then that should not build project 4 anymore. So if I were to delete it, and then build again, it should not build it. But if I go, there's a CMake GUI, but for something as simple as this, I would just go to the build folder myself and find it. What you want to do is you want to go to cmakecache.txt for the right build that you're doing. Wow, there's a lot of these. How come I'm only finding in build-vs? That's not right. There should be one for VS Code too. Yeah, there's one. Maybe I have it under ignored or something. Hello, XGeoTrek. I'm playing around with SQLite today. So I am extending SQLite right now with the JSON1 extension. So yeah, it should be in here now, JSON1. So there it is. So all I need to do is set this to on and then build again, and now I should have example 4. And it'll have the JSON1 in SQLite itself. So it rebuilds SQLite.lib and all that good stuff. And I should have it here now. And there it is. Sorry. Struggling with my own keyboard. Okay, now to figure out how to use this thing. Yeah, I'm going to be, as an experiment, adding SQLite into my game as an alternative data... What are we calling it? It's not just a database. It's the data management system of the game. Right now, the data management system of the game is one huge JSON object and then in-memory copies. So I'm going to try to move from that to a database. So SQLite is the first candidate, probably the best candidate from what what we've heard, but I am accumulating a list. I think I would like to have one of these other ones as that we go along with just to compare. Maybe it'll be MySQL. I don't know. It could be any one of these. I don't want to do them all because I'll get overwhelmed. But maybe I'll leave it as a vote for you guys for our second database to that we have tag along to compare it. So you're voting for MongoDB. Yeah, maybe leave it as a poll or something. We'll let the viewers decide. This is the wrong database file. SQLite is great. I like it so far. Okay, so this one, I still need to learn how to use this extension. So what does it do? It's basically adding functions to help us, right? Does it list it up here? Ah, yes. Okay. 15 application-defined SQL functions and 2 table-valued functions. What's a table-valued function? A virtual table that contains hidden columns can be used in a table-valued function in the from clause of a select statement. I don't understand that. Oh, right there. Okay, got it. I got it. This is what threw me off. Virtual table that contains hidden columns. I'm like, what? So, you're right. So, in addition to the normal value, why would we have a hidden column, by the way? Omitted from the column data type name and column is marked as hidden column internally. Why? So it just doesn't show in the metadata. Oh, and the implicit. Okay, got it. But probably I'll never need this because like playing with scissors was trying to teach me my code should know the schema and I shouldn't need to do these should not exist in my code, right? My application knows its own database schema. It shouldn't have to reflect and get it or rely on this default. Whoops. Didn't mean to drag that. And I shouldn't be using implicit insert, should I? Yeah. So I'll never need this hidden thing probably. All right, so basically it adds a few functions we can use in fetches, in where clauses. Got it. Let me look at one of these, see if I understand what. Let's just look at the first one. Returns a minified version of that string with all unnecessary white space removed. If it's not a well-formed JSON, then it throws an error. I don't like the idea of throwing an error, though. I guess that means through SQL, right? So it would just stepping the statement would return an error. How would I use that, though? Is that an expression? It's a function. Okay. Again, I need examples. Do they have examples? Please? Examples? No? I guess they're just used in statements, right? Why am I looking at JSON? Because I think it was, let me scroll back in my chat. I think voidcompphil suggested that I at least have it handy because it might help me migrate the data. voidcompphil said this. And wait, I can't post that message because it's too long? What? Wait, what did I just put on my clipboard? I'm struggling with Yada right now. Okay, can I not paste that into here? Message exceeds 400 characters. Really? How did he write it then? Oh, it's just a warning. I can still hit enter. Got it. Yada warns you if your message is too long. And I posted it twice. Sorry about that. I didn't think the first one actually went through. I saw that and I thought it was a error. Yeah, so Phil said he really recommended that I start with it first. So rather than just jumping into using it, I considered that it might be wise to at least learn how to use it and then have it here. I play with it a little bit, and then if I need it, then it's at the ready. So that's mainly why I in the makefile here I made it optional, so that, and the default is off, so that I can easily turn it on if I need it later. Promote the important keys in that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I think, but I didn't want to discount what Voight Phil said. And I don't know, it's like knowledge of something. You don't actually have to employ that knowledge, but it's nice to have it just in case. So we're just exploring that just in case I need to use it. So I'm just trying to understand what it does. Yeah, exactly. Decode it. Let me just understand how this works. Like, how would I use that in a statement? I guess I would just say select this and... No, it's either, it's just, it throws an error or it doesn't. How would I use this then? Oh, it returns the minified version, right. So select, so if I tried it now, for example, on the console, select JSON and then have one with excessive spaces in it. A123. It's malformed. Oh, because it needed... This needs to be quoted. And I forgot the semicolon again. How is that malformed? Hold on, am I supposed to escape something in here? How is that malformed? Oh, it can't use single quotes? Okay, fine. Actually, I'll just use double quotes and then use single quotes out here, like you guys are trying to tell me, probably, right? Yes, okay, there we go. So let me just verify something. If I had not included the project, so I'm going to go back to the cache and turn it off. Right here, right? Off, and then build it. Just to make sure I'm doing this right. When I run this now, and I do that thing again, no such function JSON. Got it. Okay. Just making sure I understand what I'm doing. So now just flipping that setting is alone and rebuilding is enough to get that included. Cool. All right. I understand what I'm doing then. So I was thinking one example where I could use this was in the door components. Here, there's JSON embedded in there. So let me set this up in the test. So instead of characters, it's going to be doors. And I'll just have one door. I don't need to worry about multiple doors, right? And we have locked, open, on, close. So help me out here, editor. Entity. Locked. It's bool, right? Not boolean. Where do I get a list of the types? Can I get that easily from one of these site pages? From the main, I knew how to get there. Didn't I? I guess I don't really need this page anymore. I could go from here. Why am I getting so lost? It says something like there is no bool, it's just int. Documentation, please. How about introduction? This is where we just were. Is it the high level one? Ah. No, it wasn't high level. Was it in 5 minutes or less? One of them talked about the data types. Maybe it was here. I'm just being too impatient. No, it was. This is deeper than I need. Than it was. It was not here. I am not sure where to go. Was it in frequently asked questions? Oh, here we go. Dynamic typing. There's the link. Yeah, but you can do an SQL query with bool in it, right? A column definition. Wait. I thought there was a bool. Is there no bool in SQL and SQL? There isn't? Huh. Just, what are the generic SQL data types? There's int1. Okay. So it would be just int1. And then I just need to study database, some kind of database refresher. And then on close, this is where I'm not sure what data type to use. I guess they're saying I should just use text. The content would be the JSON value. So we don't use blobs then. So we should use text, I guess? All right, I'm just making sure. On open text. Okay, so then we have just from a real door, not really real, it's from the test environment. So I have to use 0 and 1 then, right? Open, so locked false, open true. My keyboard is screwing up more and more these days. Okay, here's where I can use this JSON of that, right? JSON of that with single quotes outside. And then that. Okay, so let's set up the database that way. I need to quit. I need to run this from a specific directory. SQLite examples play 4. Now go 3 levels up to build, then down to build SQLite 3. And I need to do that with test. Well, let's delete test DB. test.db. Now I have to paste these lines in here. Creating the table. Inserting the row. Wrong number of arguments to JSON. How did that happen? Oh, there's a missing parentheses. Right there. And there's another syntax error. Too many parentheses over here. Malformed JSON. How is it malformed? Oh, I'm missing a brace inside. Okay, cool. So then select on close from doors. Oh, yeah. What am I doing? Entity, comma. There we go. All right, so then now it's set up. So then what do I want to demonstrate here? That I can read it, modify it, and then write it back, I think. So dump the table. I'm not going to care about insert, just that I can read it, which is dump table. I'm not going to do the insert row. I'm just going to update it and delete it. These demonstrate modifying the reading and modifying a JSON value in the database. Database. So I don't need to do this. It's just dump table, update row, dump table again. So I don't need the delete. I don't need the insert. Okay, the dump table is going to be from doors. We want entity and on close, I guess. And it's the way we fetch it, right? So on close. So I can drop this as column null. We don't need that anymore. And then, right. In addition to this, I need JSON. Now, what format do I get it in? It's really just manipulating text, right? Oh, it works with path. Ah, I see. What's this path syntax? Yeah, I think so. Playing with scissors. But I want to demonstrate using these functions so that I understand how they're used. I can look into this later. I know. I'm almost done. I think that's the only thing I really care about here that is of use. Is the is extracting something from the path and then getting the and then updating it. What's patch do? Oh yeah, maybe I want to include this too, to add, remove, and change. Makings of a Hero! Hi! How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. I'm looking into SQLite, or SQLite. I don't know how to say it right, but trying to use a database instead of rolling my own stuff in my game for data storage. Thank you, Nui, for the linking that. If you haven't been to my stream before, there's a short intro on the stream there. Also, there's the recap series. I just published the one for April. Just literally yesterday. Yeah, I don't know if I need to do much other than just demonstrate a couple of these functions. So yeah, let's get, hold on, what do I want out of this? Let's get the tile when the door closes. So I'm not going to do dump table. Instead, it's going to be integer close tile and entity. It's a very specialized test here that I'm writing. SQLite. Okay. Hey there, userman too. Thank you again for the raid makings of a hero. You just learned database for your project at some point. If I show you some of the examples, it probably doesn't look too bad. Well, this one's kind of bad. So essentially, you got to open a database. In SQLite, the database is just stored in a file. So that's why it's SQLite. It's not like on a different computer or across a network or something. It's just data that you have in a file, right? You open it and you get a handle to the database, and you could use the handle to build these statements. So statement, it follows a syntax that might look familiar if you looked at other databases. It's SQL or SQL, has the standard conventions. So what this is doing is it's fetching a value called value from a table called globals, and then it's only selecting the values where the key matches a certain value. So if the database had 3 different values in here, game, journal generation, last term, and last index, and we just want the last term value, then we fill in that string last term in place of that question mark, and we'll get one value out, which is 3,720. So yeah, database general principles is you open it, you build a statement. A statement can either be creating or replacing or updating or deleting data. CRUD, C-R-U-D, right? And in this case, it's... did I say that right? Create, update. I didn't say that right. This is not creating, updating, or deleting. It's selecting. Selecting is just reading from the database, right? When you're reading from the database, you get back data. So you fetch columns of your data. If I was inserting new values, you're not fetching, you're writing, and so the data actually goes into the query itself. Create, read, update, delete. Yeah, thank you, Tulu. And create, retrieve, update, delete. Thank you, C17R. You're both right, I think. Only slightly different terminology. Did I read the app file format? Let's see. That looks like one of the documents I've been reading. Actually, I haven't seen this specifically. Let me read this later. This looks interesting. I'll give you a point. That's probably your first point in my stream. Hello, Mackle. I'll give you a second point. And wave 2. Let me put this in my to-do list for SQL here. Check out... Actually, let's just paste your thing directly in there. This right here. Oh, I didn't... How come that's not working? Copy that, please. Thank you. There. Get rid of that tag, so it's not really looking like a tag. Yeah, I will read that. And I'm doing this right now. Trying to keep track of my to-do list items here. Keeping track of player unlocks seems like the most daunting part. Do you really just say 5 bajillion bools? You could encode it first and then store it. So for my database up to this point, it looks like this, right? Here are all the doors in the little test world that I had made, right? So these naturally fit into a database table called doors, and each of these being a row in the database, and entity, for example, being a column along with these other things as columns. And specifically right now, I'm looking into something a viewer suggested as an extension to SQLite or SQLite, where basically facilities to help work with JSON values that are embedded in as database entries. which I have in my game. I'm probably not going to use this, but I want to at least know how to use it if I need to. I'll probably just change the shape of this data so that they're not embedded as JSON values at some point. Or just handle it myself manually, since my own server code already can handle JSON strings. But yeah, it's useful to know this in general. So I've been working on a sequence of playground apps that are leveraging SQLite, and now we're on number 4. Number 1 was all about just connecting to a database that's very simple key values and just getting a value out. Playground 2 was we had fetching multiple rows at once, and we're picking the 3 columns that we want out of many more columns, and we're doing a loop where each step of the statement gives us another row, and we're printing out what's in there. And then Playground 3 was demonstrating insert, update, and delete for rows. And so number 4 is just using the JSON1 extension. That's what I'm doing. Have I looked into Graph CMS? No, I haven't, but I can add it to my list. I am collecting a list of databases to look into. We will add it to the list. And hello, by the way. Let me give you a point for the suggestion. That's your first point on my channel, so you get a second one. I never said hi to Phil Powers. My stream helper is reminding me that I did not say hi to Phil Powers. Remote databases are overkill. Yeah, so if you haven't seen my stream before, you might not know what I'm working on. I'm working on this game here. It is a multiplayer game, and so there are servers that are running. And it's not just one server, but there are 3. There's one game, but there are 3 servers. I use a consensus algorithm called Raft so that I have basically 2 backup copies of the game at all times. And so rather than having all 3 of them go to the same database, which would be sort of unnecessary, because I want to have 3 copies of the game anyway, I just wanted a database that there's only going to be one client to it, which is the server tied to it. So each server is going to have its own database instance, and SQLite fit that really well because it's just embedded in the server program itself. It is the database. So each game server not only runs the game, it's also running the database engine as well for its own data. So yeah, having each game server go to a separate database server, especially if there's one for each game server, would be way more overkill, right? We don't need the network connection. We don't need a separate process and all that. We don't even need to have backups because each server is, by its very nature, a backup of the other servers. They back each other up. So something simple like SQLite is what I'm leaning towards because it's simple and does not include things we don't need, like the networking stuff. Handling multiple clients at the same time. We don't need any of that. All right. Yeah, I'm preaching. That's right. It's for my specific use case. So if you have a use case where you have a program that needs to store data, like a config file or a list of some kind that you need to persist on the hard disk, SQLite is good because you don't have to worry about reading and writing the file. You can use an SQL or SQL-like syntax to access your data. And it's open source, public domain code. I got it working in like 5 minutes. Spending most of these last 5 hours just understanding how to use it. The build process was super simple. You just take SQLite.3.c and you compile it and then you link it. Hey there, Ramy. Wowie, long time no see. I have a special shortcut just for you. Why does it not show up for me in Yada, though? I don't know. But hello, sir. So let me try to fill in the rest of this example here. I wanted to get the closed tile for an entity, and so I don't need this stuff. The statement is going to be select on... It's going to be select JSON something, right? Where is my window that had this open? Here it is. I wanted to use JSON extract. JSON, let's close this so people can read the whole thing. Select JSON extract. Oh, wait a minute. Can I use that in a table? function? I guess I can't. Maybe I can't. Each. Is this what I want? I don't think this is right. What's the difference between each and... This is tree. Okay, no, this is not... I don't know if I can actually use this the way I thought I would use it. This is working on a literal JSON. Hold on, maybe... Let's see if I can use it if I do JSON extract on close, comma, the path, right? In double quotes. I want... What's it got? What's it got in its pockets is ID. So it'd be tile ID, right? Dot tile... $sign dot tile dot ID, I think. From doors where entity equals question mark. I know that went right off this edge of the screen. They put on multiple lines so maybe you have a chance to see it. There we go. So, and I want to actually bind. I need the bind code. Where did I put that? Bind. There it is. Bind statement parameter. Let's put that. Oh, I already have it there. Never mind. I just need to call it. Right. Bind statement parameter statement 1, right? Was it 1 based? It was 1 based. Entity. Okay, and then I only expect 1 result, right? So we can say const auto that equals step statement. If there's an error, I'm going to print out something unexpected happened. And return 0. And then, otherwise I'm going to return, I'm actually going to have to fetch the column, right? Return, fetch column int 0. I think this will work. Get close tile. So const auto tile equals get closed tile db for entity 444366. Printf. The closed tile is that tile. Let's just keep it like that for the beginning. For now, let me just delete this. Just one thing at a time. So I don't actually need that, do I? Get rid of that. Did I need fetch column int? I did. Okay, build this. 39 and 40 we're betting on which was the biggest number. 41. I think Mr. Balrog is fetching from a database of dad jokes. Wait a minute. Oh, we're not using the error. Yeah, get rid of it. Alright, so let's just run it. Dot quit. And then I need to go to the build folder. SQLite and run SQL play 4. It's 2. Oh, so it did work. Nice. Alright, and then let's modify this. So let's say get tile. No, that's fine. It was 2. Right. So I'm going to modify it now. Set close tile 444662 3. and then we'll read it again. Okay, so we're gonna have a print here, changing the close tile of that to that. Changing the close tile to, we don't have to say of, to 3, I guess. Well, let's say const auto, well, actually I can just reuse it, tile equals 3. Okay, so then we're just demonstrating how we would set them now. So this is void set all of this stuff. Paste. So we're making a statement. So we're not selecting, we're updating, right? And I forgot how to do this. So I need to look at it again. Update table set on close equals. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is not what I wanted to do. Hold on. I want to do patch. Oh, I have to fetch it first, then modify it? Okay, it's like what Playing with Scissors said before. I haven't looked into the sanitizers yet, but it's on my list, Nui. Look, check it out. Sanitizer. Look into the Clang sanitizers that Nui recommended several times. You told me to do that many times in the past, and I have it added it on the 27th of April that I need to go do that. Like that joke? I've got a sequel for you. Ah! Ha! 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 Don't encourage it. Okay, so wait a minute. I think I would do this with a special select, right? So something like, yeah, let's do it this way. So auto statement is select. I need to do the patch in here, right? Instead of extract, it's patch. And it'll be on close comma. And then, or maybe I don't want patch. Do I want replace? Yes. Yeah, I want replace. Right. So it takes a path and a value, right? So there's the path and then the value is %d. I need to... Ooh, I need to actually build it into the string. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to do that. I can use question mark. And then, so there are now 2 parameters then. 2 is the entity, 1 is the, I need to have the tile. 1 is the tile, 2 is the entity. And what we get back is what we need to put into the update. So I don't, yeah, just return here. I need to fetch a string. So const auto on close equals that. And then we're going to say update doors set on close equals there, where entity is something else. And I got to, again, bind these two. This one has to be on close, and that one's entity. And there we go. So I need a fetch column string. Didn't I have that in play 1? Maybe not. That was int. I thought I had a fetch for string at some point. I guess I can search for text. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I did at one point and I removed it. Thank you for that follow. Fetch column string. Let's just make it. So this would be a standard string, and I got to do a text, right? Yeah, I had this. What did I do with it? Oh, it's that easy. I just get a const unsigned. Why is it unsigned char? I should look that up. It should be just char. Why do they care? Why do they care if it's not char? Programming interface, introduction, column, text. Hold on. I can't see where it is in this mess. There it is. Always zero terminated. Okay, that's good. So it's just the type that I need to adapt. They have const unsigned char for some reason, so I'm just going to say it's a const char star. And this should be string. Because without that I get a warning, right? Right, I don't have an overload of build statement parameter that takes a string. That might have been what I had here before. Yes, that's what I had before. I want a copy of that here. So the integer overload and the string overload. Yeah, see, it's going to tell me that it's not compatible. So I got to put const char star in front, and then it is compatible. Okay, so that should work. Nope. Oh, I redefined it. 154. Yeah, I just need to reassign it. And the same thing with these results, right? I can reassign them. Okay, let's run it. There we go. It's 2, changing it to 3. It's now 3. Should I put in the dump table at the end? I can put the dump table. Dump table. Just copy that to example 4. Let me put it at the end here. I just need to update it because it's not entity and all that stuff. It's we just need on close from doors. On close is this, and it's a string. Let's just read it as a string. And on close is a string. On close C string. So let's dump the table before and after. Dump table DB, and again down here. Let's put, because I want to, let's put another printf at the end. There we go. So easy peasy. It's how we update it in place. Uses JSON extract to get it out and JSON replace. The only problem is you have to replace, just gives it to you in the clause. Actually, I wonder if I could I do a join here, update, and then join it with the select? If I knew how to do that, I would do it. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to check in this example and move on and not look at this JSON 1 anymore. All right, so what we did here is we added an example of how you'd use JSON 1. And this file has got some typos in it. Play 3 should say play 4. That's correct and that's correct. This should be play... Okay. It's nice that it knows that it's a SQLite database. Add example... Well, add ability to pull in JSON 1 and include an example of that. All right. So if you wanted to see this, I have it in my GitHub. So if you wanted to learn how to do, I have to hit up arrow a bunch of times to get to it now. Here it is. I basically took SQLite, the latest release, and put it into a Git repository along with a CMake file so you can build it with CMake, and then some examples of everything that I learned today. So there's 4 different example programs included there. And I'm done with the JSON stuff. What do I want to do next? I want to see if there's anything I haven't explored yet in the API. I don't think so, because I think I'm using everything here. I think I used every single function here except for exec. And I didn't need that because it's really just a wrapper for the other ones we've already used. So I think I'm ready to try to use it in my game then. Oh, but how do I want... I don't want to have to manually construct the database. I want to learn how to make a script that I can... Yeah, how do you write backup scripts, for example? Oh, is this the same one as this page right here? Yeah, it's the same one. Only this one's not zoomed in. Same page, right? Yep. Okay, so I don't need that one. Usually at the operating system level. I'm not sure what I said that goes with. That's how bad my memory is. What's usually at the operating system level? Yeah, it references it, but you didn't see the post build step probably. There's a post build step right here that copies it, so that it's testdb in the examples folder, but in the working directory it's play4.db. That's because they get mixed into the same output directory. So I can't name them all test.db. So I have that when it's copied, it's also renamed to have the number in it, but. I wanted the examples to be plain that there's a test database along with the program. Does that make sense? So they're separate folders in the source, but when they're built into the build folder, they're all together. So anyway, hey there, Backcraft. The other option, Nui, that I could do is have the build directory have subdirectories, one for each play 1, play 2, play 3, play 4 to mirror the examples. To do that, I think I would need to have a CMake lists.txt for every play folder. And then I would just add subdirectory on them. Maybe that would be cleaner. Should I do that? Then I wouldn't have to have that post build step. Then I could just name it test.db. That's probably better. I'm going to give Nui a point for making me think about that. Let's clean this up. So here, instead of having all this, let me just copy this file over to play 1, for example. And then this is just the CMake list for this playground. This one. CMake list for SQL play. Extremely simple key value kind of SQLite playground example number 1. This example, actually, don't I have this documented in the README? Right. SQL play 1. There we go. That's what we'll do. I'm doing okay, Backcraft. I stayed up too late last night playing Project Ozone 3, trying to get my mob spawner to work right, because it's the first time I've ever done it. I'll have to work on it some more today. Maybe Fail to Survive will give me a few tips. Or I'll just try to figure it out myself. Examples that need special build steps seem weird to me. I think you're right. It was a code smell. This custom command is a code smell, I think. We've all been there, yeah. So, I'm a little slower today. I'm making more mistakes, but that's okay. We make progress. Force myself to work today. Okay, it's this where it starts to change, right? Yeah. Here we go. So instead of playground 1, it will say this. And then delete that. And then I don't need the post build step. I just need to change the code so that instead of play 1 dB, it's test dB. Okay. While I'm at it, let me hit all the other ones. Play 2.db is test.db. Play 3, test. Play 4 is test. Okay. Should I put examples in here first, also? I feel like doing that. Okay, so then I'm just going to take this CMake list and copy it around here. Number 2. Oh, wait. Some of these weren't right. Let's just make that sources. Okay, so then copy that to here. Okay, and then from the README file, that goes there. All right, and then copy 2 to 3. Too many 2s. 2020. README. Instead of fetch, it's oh, I messed up number 2, didn't I? It should be fetch multiple rows. Okay. All right, and then 3 goes to 4. Too many 3s. 4, 4, 4, and 4, and the README says demonstrates that. Okay, and then the main makefile, instead of doing all this stuff, we're doing add subdirectory. Actually, don't I have to say examples? Can I do this? Can I do examples? Play 1. I don't know if I can do that. I can try. And then I want one of them to be conditionally compiled. 2, 3, and that's 4. I have a idea. I have a suspicion that I'm going to have an examples.mysql. That it won't work. That won't work. Actually, that did work. Only there's some other problem. Oh, link to itself. Yeah, these are all bad. So we don't want to do that. We want to do SQLite. So it did work. I can put a slash in the add subdirectory. Why did that not work? Examples? Oh, hold on. What? Oh, right. There's no directory in here anymore. We moved the makefile down. Yeah, thank you, Nui. You got it. You got it at the same time I did, I think, just with the stream delay. Cool. So it worked. So I got to get rid of all the old things. And then that shouldn't force me. Okay, so now there's a play. Let's get rid of the play DB files too. So now there's an examples play 1 SQL. This is the cost of it is that they're in different folders. And that didn't work because it didn't install the date. Oh, I need the custom build step anyway, but it can be simpler now. That's right. We still need to install the working copy of the database. But it can be simpler. It's this instead of playground 1, and I just do test DB, and then just the directory with no file name, I think, and then that's the same command for all of them. Oh, it didn't work because I messed it up. Oh, I need test DB on both ends? Is that what it's telling me? Well, yeah, I can't see a way around having this post build command to oh, that's as wrong. This is this. There we go. Yeah, I don't see a way around. I don't see a way to do it without having a post build step because I want the database to show up in the working directory here. I don't want to build them in tree either. I don't want to have it overwrite the file. Why would I check if they're doing an in-tree build? How would they do an in-tree build? The way I have my CMake files set up, I don't think they can do I don't think you can do an in-tree build. Oh, wait a minute. No, you're talking about the special option to CMake to do an in-tree build. I don't know. You know, I'm not going to worry about that. Someone wants to do an in-tree build, they can do a pull request, and I'll gladly accept it. It's hard for me to type SQL play 4. Okay, I think it's working. You can actually see the second time it runs, it's updated it already. Another sub. Good damn, wow. You've gifted so many subs today. Like 6 or 7 or 8 or something. Thank you again. Very generous of you. 217R now has access to all of the emotes that he would ever need. Yeah, so the second time you run it, it's already been changed. Nothing we can do about that. Actually, what does insert do if you run it a second time? Did we get an error? Run it a second time? Oh. It's inserting the same row, so it's a no-op. And then deleting row which was already gone. That's right. Another one for Backcraft? Wow. Thank you again. Oh, wait a minute, no. Hold on. 2 things. That was a gifted sub, and that's for the 2nd month in a row. Wow. What a coincidence. Thank you for the gift sub. Now Backcraft is here for the 2nd month in a row. God damn, you're so nice today. I must be doing something right that you like the stream. Even though I'm messing around tinkering with CMake files, which can't be that fun. I wanted to button this up and move on, didn't I? I'm done with the JSON1 extension. But I wanted to clean this up by saying... Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. I am in the wrong shell. Yeah, so we are move example build specifications into examples folder. Oh, another 500 bits! Inspire you to grow as a developer or hope one day to be this good? I'm sure you're good already. Just, you're different, right? Thank you for the 500 bits. Gadam, you don't need to give me anything more. I'm very honored that you do, though. Thank you very much. Okay. Should I keep going? It's 5.5 hours. I'm getting tired. Is there anything more I can wring out of this to learn? What's a window function? It's a SQL function where the input values are taken from a window of one or more rows in the result set of a select statement. Ooh, this is advanced stuff. Count? Do you want me to do a count? Can I ask why SQLite if we're going with JSON, or maybe you missed some context? I've been going with JSON in the past. This is the save game file for my game right now. It's all a huge JSON file. It's 11,000 lines long. In production, it's almost 100,000 lines long. The problem with JSON is it's way too inefficient. The game takes a long time to start up. Most of its CPU time is actually spent parsing and generating JSON. So I figure I go to some kind of database. Now the question of what kind of database came up, and we have a lot of candidates: MySQL, PostgreSQL, Redis, MongoDB, SQLite, which we're doing today, KeyDB, CouchDB, Cassandra, DuckDB, Anna, BedrockDB, GraphCMS. So a lot of different databases. So SQLite was the leading candidate because it kind of fits the architectural model of the game. I already have built-in error resiliency and redundancy. So every game server I run is a copy of the game already, and they each have their own copy of all of the persisted data, all of the save game stuff. So SQLite fits here really well because it replaces my homegrown JSON file to be just an SQLite database file. MongoDB requires a separate server. Yeah, so probably I wouldn't use it because if every game server has its own copy of the database, it just makes sense for the database to be co-located or part of the game server itself. So it would make sense to have a separate server if maybe these three servers shared the same database, but that doesn't really work well with the Raft model, which requires that each server have its own separate copy of the state. Now, some databases implement Raft themselves, so you could argue I could move the Raft stuff out of my game and move it into the database completely. That would be a different architecture. And I should continue to consider that, but right now... Oh! 5 more? You're too nice, Gadam. Thank you so much. So Domson, Cat Peasant, Ernius, and Aiden Garth are all now subscribers. And TS Just. Wow. TS Just is subscribed for 2 months in a row now. Guys are really nice. So yeah, that's why I'm considering SQLite or SQLite. I still don't know how to say it. SQLite, SQLite. Let's go with SQLite. And why I needed a database in general. Yeah. Shared state is not what we do. Each server has its own copy of the state. All right. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. Yeah, I need to update the current task. We're done with this. Did I check this in? I did. All right. So what am I doing now? What am I doing? This is the overall plan. Should I start doing that? Start a SQLite database. I need to get familiar with, like, how would I write a migration script? I think that's what I need to do. Researching how to do things like migrations with SQLite. So I'm guessing that they have tools that they talk about for working with existing databases and migrating them. Let's see what they might have. It wouldn't be in the programming interfaces though, right? Tools? If you should say, man runs behind car gets exhausted. Man runs in front of car gets tired. Good one. You say SQLite? Okay. The way it's spelled, capital S, capital Q, capital L, lowercase ite, makes me think it should be SQLite, but database diff, there's their version control software. Zipping for storage. I don't know if I need to do that, do I? Database analyzer. Batch of changes to be applied to a remote database running on embedded. We don't need to do that. Database diff? So you say SQLite, yes. It's GIF versus GIF. Exactly. We'll just devolve into a two camps if we do that. I know. Kadam gave you a gift sub. He's so nice. Okay, maybe I just use the command line shell. Special commands. Oh, here we go. I should just look through this list. How do I pronounce it? I'm still trying to figure that out, Rally Monkey. I think I'm going to go with SQLite. Just like what Nui says. Playing with Scissors says SQLite. I don't know if I can get used to that. Is there a way to script this? Like, there's a restore content DB from file? Huh. I'm just looking through the commands list right now. Authorizer? Backup bail? Binary? Clone, databases, db config, db info, dump. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that actually does. Let's go to where we have a database here. Yeah, this database is fine. Right, so SQLite 3 test.db. Hit the wrong one. Test.db. Dump. Begin transaction. I would need that if I shared the database with different entities, right? But in my case, only the executor will be allowed to do it. Yeah, this is what I would expect to see. SQLate? SQLate? Yeah, lots of ways you could say it. Late. SQLite people are correct? Ooh. I think the SQLite people are correct. There's a link in there, so I'm going to save that for later. Full schema, what does that do? Huh. Okay. It's not much different. Indexes. Interesting. What do I want to do? I am research, like it says above my head. I want to know how to do stuff like migrations. Like, if I need to change the schema of the database, how would I do that in a way that I could not screw it up? So basically, I kind of want to do what Adam13531 was doing, where he'd have a sequence of scripts that he would run on the database to get the database's schema to update correctly. Java things like flyaway. I think I just need to wait. I need something that runs a sequence of commands, and I'm wondering if that's in here somewhere. Output for the next sequence. Oh, that's just to have it go to a file. That would be called migrations. Yes. Is it? I don't see migrations in here.
I had no clue where to look, so I'm just looking through the commands right now. Print progress prompt. Maybe it's a command line option to the tool, or maybe I just have to make my own tool. I mean, I could make my own tool. It really is just a sequence of a sequence of statements, right? You can usually pipe a file with SQL on the command line. The way that they work is the well, actually, yeah. With this, I could try that. I want to see how the documentation for it though. Writing results of file IO, querying the database schema, import, export. Loading extensions. Archiving. Here's the alphanumeric names that Playing with Scissors was talking about. Don't really deal with migrations? Wouldn't it just be just a sequence of commands? So maybe I can make my own tool to do this. Or maybe just build it into the game. What if I have it something built into the game where I can just tell it to run a sequence of statements? If you call a restaurant Native American reservation, and you don't feel certain about it, then you're having a reservation. Migration has two parts: what the change is and how to revert it. Yes. And then you need a way to know which files were run. .read, is it? Oh, okay. Maybe I skipped right over it. Ah, maybe that's it. So migration would be like Playing with Scissors is saying, it would be a pair of scripts, and then I would test it by running one and then the other and making sure the database is exactly the same, right? I think that's what I would need to do. And then I would track those pairs somewhere, like in a sequence of migration steps, and then I would have some kind of script that just runs them all in a sequence. So Playing with Scissors, do you normally have the database remember what generation of schema it's on? Or would I, as the administrator, need to remember that? The issue is generating the migrations. Concept are fairly basic, yeah. Usually goes in the database. So part of my schema would be like schema generation or schema version. Version of schema, not... Well, yeah, migration would be a way to go from one version to another. So you would have like schema 1 or version 1. And then you'd have migration number 1 forward and backwards, right? Goes between version 1 and 2. Or maybe it would be named like 1-2, and then you'd have migration 2-3. The idea is that you can go between in any direction. You can go up or down. No, not from vendor to vendor, from version to version of the schema. So if I add a table or I add a column or something, and then, or if let's say I remove a column or I move a column from one table to another table, and then I need to go back and use current data with an older version of the server, and I'd have to run the migration script backwards. So like what Playing with Scissors is saying, every one of these would be a pair. So there's the 1 to 2 script, and then the 2 to 1 script, and then this one would have a 2 to 3, and this would have a 3 to 2. So if you needed to go from 1 to 3, you'd have to run 1 to 2 and then 2 to 3, and then if you needed to go roll back to version 2, you'd have to go from 3 to run the 3 to 2 script. Yeah. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Most schema vendors use a local table that keeps track of the version applied plus a hash of that file that is in that version DB. So SQLite doesn't seem to have any of that. So I think it's up to me if I use SQLite to do this myself, which I'm okay with doing. I like doing stuff from myself. I would just like to know, can I use this read, and can I do that on the command line and not have to type the dot command? Like, can I pipe it into the program? What am I doing? I can just look at the source code. It's shell.c. It's not that big. It's only 20,000 lines. We could figure this out. Why is it 20,000 lines, by the way? It's just a shell program. I don't know. Where's their main? So a lot of it's just options. Yeah, this is way too complicated. Well, there's the main. It's interesting that they have a W main instead of a normal main. I guess that's because we want to make sure it's wide character. Okay, so what do they read in? Access arguments. They misspelled access, by the way. Interpret as SQL or doc commands. I mean that nothing is read from standard in. Okay, so if we have extra arguments, they're interpreted as dot commands. If not, I guess we can just test this. So, for example, if I do quit, if I do that and I do dump or dot dump, there we go. That works. And if I made a script that said dump in it, so I'm going to do this from the build folder. Let's make a script in I don't know, play 4. Sure. No, let me make a playground area. Actually, I have a playground area. It's called stage. CD the stage. Do I have any? I don't have a stage here. Oh, it's not in the build directory. Stage. Do I have a database? I do have a database here. Okay, what's in that database? SQLite 3 test db dump. Dot dump. Oh, that file. Okay. So then if I in the stage make a new file called migrate12 dot, I don't know, what's a good file extension for a database migration script? I'm not researching anymore either. I need to rename this. So SQL. Thank you very much. That makes sense. Elegane, thank you very much. And hello, by the way. You can pipe SQL or yeah, okay, got it. Yeah, got it. I like it. So then, what was I going to do here? Oh, I was going to change the current task to be planning how, well, let's use the current task. Planning or experimenting with how to do. Experimenting with using scripts to handle SQLite database migrations. All right. So let's pretend. Can I have comments? How do you do a comment in SQL? Is it just a semicolon or //? What recommendations do I have? Do I have SQLite? No. Oh, it's usually bang. Looks like dash dash is what this thing understands. Oh, let's try it out. This is a test. Dump. So it would be dot read migrate 1 to SQL, right? Another gifted sub. I'm starting to think Gadam just likes watching that little East overlay. Thank you again, Gadam. You're very generous. There's a SQLite extension on that list? Oh, there is? Do I need to put it as a whole string? There we go. So the dash dash did work. What would a hashtag do? That also works, but my pretty printer likes this. So you said that there was a SQLite extension on that. Let's look. Oh, right here. Oh, that's neat. 250,000 downloads, so it's probably safe, right? Ooh, I like this. I can have a path to my own thing even. That's nifty. But so I'm assuming that this adds. Okay, that's not exactly what I want. I want the script, the pretty printing format to work. So that's not exactly it, but this looks cool. Let's install it. See what it looks like. Now I'm going off on a total tangent, aren't I? If I were to look at TestDB now, how do I open that? I should not have just closed it. I should just look and click it again. How do we use it? Oh, there's a database explorer. Okay. Wait a minute. It shows up on Explorer somewhere? Where does that show up? Open edit? I don't see it. Huh. Okay. Open database. There we go. Sure. Oh, here we go. Can I just show table? Hey, look at that. I got my table. Built in. Isn't that neat? What else can I do with it? Cool. I'll play with that later. I don't want to get too sidetracked. Control plus P? Right, to get the palette, yes. Did chat try to drop the table yet? Not yet. Not yet, Jabico, but it's only a matter of time. Hey. Hello there, Shaggy. How are you doing? And Frizzy, hello. Yes, hello. Usually just use SQLite browser. There I go. I'm saying SQLite. I can't get my term straight. SQLitebrowser.org for visually interacting with it. It's a pretty cool extension, though. Yeah, so far so good. Not related to SQL, but the console.table logging in modern web browsers for formatting is pretty excellent, too. Oh, there you go. Trying to get me to drop my table, huh? I appreciate a good name, Shaggy. I just won't say the whole name, if that's okay with you. All right, so I'm just going to go with the built-in... auto-detect is picking what? Oh, there we go. So it still doesn't recognize hashtag as a comment. You know, that's okay. I'm not going to worry about it. Let me play around with the migration. So let's say for one migration, we'll do something simple. We're going to change the name of a column. We're going to change the name from value to, I don't know. Actually, why are these strings and not numbers? Hold on. Is dump just give it a different format other than select key dot value from what do I call it? Globals. Okay, it's just different. And why do they put it in? Oh, the value is text. That's why. Okay, I remember why now. Am I familiar with files in C? Yes. I was looking at one right here. This is a very cool one. Look, it's 228,450 lines of C. Now, I'm not going to look at every line of the code. I'm just going to admire how there are so many lines of text here that the column to show the line numbers is wider than it normally is. I mean, look at that. It's like fat. No, I know how to read files in C. What's on line 6666? I don't know. You really want to know? Let's find out. Let's go to line 6666. It's a middle of a comment. Nothing revelationary. Okay. Normalizing different degrees. What? They have a family framework channel. You can see them trying to manage explicit reference to nicknames. I don't have the family-friendly tag on my stream anymore because I figure it's PG-13. I like PG-13. All of my kids now are teenagers, so PG-13 for everybody. Okay, so yeah, I'll just leave that in there for now. What I'm going to do is we're going to change the name of the value column to, I don't know, foobar. Okay, so that would be how do you actually alter? Is it alter table? And that was from MySQL. I don't know if SQLite has this. I should be checking to see how you would do this here. There's an alter table. Alter table, table name, rename column something to something. Okay. Globals, rename column value to foobar. And then select, what am I doing? I'll just copy this right here, right? Select key foobar from globals and we're done, right? Alter, syntax error. Okay. I know playing with scissors. You would just ban people with stupid names. I think what people do and say is more important than their names, though. You have a problem, you wrote the code that will generate random name, but you're having a problem reading the names in another string, but it's reading, but you don't know how to skip this line, etc. Oh, I missed a semicolon. Thank you. That's probably what it was, right? I think you got it. So, Shaggy, if you want to link to, like what is it? Replit? No. What's the site that people like to use for showing example code? Like, if you give us a link to show us the code, we could look at it. But I think, yeah, we'll need to know specifically what the problem is. Don't know how to skip a line. Paste bin, there you go. Yeah, something like that. You can take a look at a paste bin. I'll have to look at it off screen for a moment to make sure I don't, and it's appropriate. But wouldn't mind looking at that. No such column foobar. Wait a minute. It had 2 errors now. I must have the syntax wrong. And someone's probably already told me. I missed another one. I did. That's what it was. A point to Elogain. And playing with scissors. And mud ribbit. Thank you. I'm just not careful enough. Okay, cool. So it would have been helpful actually to just do a dump. But now it's the work is done. If I wanted to run it again, I have to make a migrate to back to 1. So let's do that. Migrate to 1.sql. And we have to go in reverse. So we would assume it's foobar, and we want to change foobar back to a value. Foobar to value, and then select that. And let me, actually, I like to dump better. So let's do a dump in both places. Okay, and then run the 2.1 script. So now I can run the 1.2 script. So now I'm migrating back and forth between the two. Now if I want to do this safely, I would probably do something where we make sure that the version is stored in the database somewhere, right? Now let's see if alter works. Alter does work. So this is where maybe experts like Playing with Scissors can help me out, but I'm going to guess that the way we want to do this is to, we're in version 1 right now, right? We can check to see if there is a table called version, right? Or should I just have, I'm guessing I just need a global called DB version or something, and then I only change it when in a migration script. But how do I prevent it from accidentally being changed? That's what I'm worried about. Thank you for the follow. Shaggy. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying me try to figure out how to use a database. Yeah, I don't see anything special in here. Not versions. So how would you do it, Playing with Scissors? My guess would be to have what I want to prevent is, like, if I run the same script twice, or if I run it and I want it to not screw up the data. It should do a check at the very start. It should be do a check to make sure the database is actually on version 1 right now. And since version 1 didn't have any way to know what version it was on, the lack of a version field at all would indicate version 1, right? So, let's just do that. So, I'm thinking, like, is there a way to conditionally check if something exists? Like, what happens if I get an error? Let's just say select only rename table, add column, rename column, variance, drop column. Oh, you can't drop a column? Uh-oh. How am I going to add and drop? How am I going to add columns then? Ooh. That's not good. Yeah, I can rename, but how would I, and I can add, but how do I drop? Would I have to drop the table and add it, create it from the beginning again? Ooh. I mean, I guess that's not too bad, right? I would just create another table based on another table? I mean, I can try it, Playing with Scissors. I'm guessing it's not going to work. Oh, there's a pragma. What is this? Oh, here we go. User version. Available applications to use however they want. Oh, perfect. Let's see what it is. How do I get it out? I just do pragma user version. What am I doing? I'm not going to do this in a script. I'm just going to do this manually. Pragma user version. User dash version? User underscore version. 0. Okay. Cool. So this would be, actually, how do we do conditional logic here? I don't know. What's on conflict do? Rollback. What is rollback? Oh, that's for a transaction. Okay. Comment? Oh, there you go. So it's dash dash or slash star. I guess not a hashtag, but for some reason the CLI obeyed the hashtag. I'm kind of running out of steam here. This, if I needed to do conditional logic in a migration, I don't think I can do it. I think I got to write like Python scripts or something. A shell script or a Python script or something. I think I would need to do. Does the CLI just continue through a file? That's what I was wondering. What happens if we do an error? Case statements. I don't see case statements though. Well, let's force an error. Select foo from bar. That should stop it, right? Quit. Nope. It continued. Reverse migration. Back. So it said an error and it kept going. So yeah, it's not going to work to just run this with a CLI. Yeah, unless there's a way we can tell the CLI to stop on an error. We were looking at the shell. Is there something easy I can see here? Error. Bail on error. So something like dash bail. There you go. So we can do it with the dash bail. But I need conditional logic though? So talking about error edge cases, while you can put type on columns, I'm pretty sure you can put hello world. Yeah, that's one of the first things I learned about SQLite is that the types are really just dynamic types. The types are mostly just suggestions or like hints to the database engine about what you're planning to store there. But you can put anything in there. What's batch? Interactive? Oh, it's to force it to be a batch mode. Got it. All right. The more I think about this, the more I'm thinking, if I want conditional logic in a migration script, then I'm going to want to do it. I'm going to want to write scripts. I think you can with SQLite playing with scissors. They talked about that in the dynamic types. Did I cache that somewhere? Okay, we're done with that one. I guess we can reuse this window. No, I can't because there's no history on it. Right ahead. I'm gonna keep those for now, in case I lose them. Don't need that window. New window. Yeah, it came here as a dynamic. No, not here. Was it in the about? One of these had a link. Maybe it was programming interface. I'm so bad at this. Where was it? Yeah, data. Okay, but how do I get there from here? I guess you could just type it. Here we go. Yeah, SQLite uses a general dynamic type system. Data type of a value is associated with the value itself, not the container. So by putting anything into anything, the into anything, it means container. So if the type is not associated with the container, then I think you can put anything in it, right? It's just the value is attached to the type is attached to the value itself, not where it goes. So they have these storage classes. But how exactly are they used? No, yeah. These are the storage classes for a value, but again, the container doesn't have the type attached to it. Yeah, the type affinity is how they, when it's just as a hint, right? Here we go, type affinity. They'll try to convert if they use rigid typing. SQLite doesn't use rigid typing, but it has a type affinity. It's the recommended type for data stored in that column. It's recommended, not required. Any column can still store any type of data. It's just that some columns, given a choice, will prefer one storage class over another. It's what's called the affinity. And that's what's stored when you create the column, I think. Quirks? And omitted? What? Okay. I need to bookmark these, obviously. And the other one was omitted. What's omitted? Thank you, Jebico. Oh, the outer joins. Okay. Complete alter table. Yeah, so we're going to have trouble when we need to drop columns. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to recreate entire tables when we have to drop a column, I think. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully I don't drop columns very often. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they don't have that because it's all on local file. Embedded, not client server, yes. Flexible typing, no separate Boolean, no separate date time. Foreign key enforcement is off by default. Primary keys can sometimes contain... Ooh, that's gross. Contain none... Does not do full Unicode case folding by default? Oh, right. If we do upper and lower, yeah. Double quote strings are accepted. Why wouldn't they be? Oh, double quotes around identifiers and single quotes around string literals. Okay, so it's just more flexible than SQL standard. Okay. Yeah, I actually leveraged this, right? I used int as an int, because int stands for intelligence as well as integer. All right, anyway, I'm getting a little bit lost. Intelligent numbers, they went to school. So what am I just going to use Python then? I'm thinking, yeah. Or handwrite my own like little micro language to do this. Actually, it might be a fun little project to see. If I write like migrate 1 to 2 does that, you could have a tool that knows how to reverse everything, right? And it could just dump out the reverse of it. The only problem is if we destroy data in either direction. Like, right, creating a column or dropping a column in and of itself and not moving data around would be a problem. Actually, I can see where some things would be really hard to compute the reciprocal operation, even if we're not destroying data. So maybe I just have to write a script for every single migration that I do. Write a script commands and then do... Yeah, but how you can't have conditional code in that script, right? And you can't drop columns, so I would have to recreate the column. Yeah. So I'd use camel greater than snake. For column names. You absolutely need a real programming language to just hide the migration. So what does Adam use? Does he just do it in JavaScript? Okay, I think I'm reaching that conclusion very slowly, which means I've probably been streaming too long. Oh my goodness, it's been 6 hours. All right, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream, but I'm going to take some notes here. Because of the current task. So we experimented with that, found that it's not adequate. I can do some simple things, but I'm not going to do anything really important. So wrapping up the stream. I have some to-dos that I need to get in here. I did that. I need to read some stuff later. Oh, also, I wanted to read about this. Oops, this one. Oh, that was in here, right? Yeah. So I don't need those anymore. Okay, and then I want to capture these here. Omitted and quirks. To read about later. And then I kept losing this, so I'm going to bookmark that as well. That's interesting. Not a www in the other ones. Okay, this was a handy cheat sheet for the language part. And the CLI. Just bookmark all of the good useful pages. What migrations did I run in the past? What migrations do I have to do in this folder? What's the difference between the two? Yeah. Let me take your note. I need to meditate on this for a while and think how best would I want to do this. What migrations did I run in the past? What migrations do I have in this folder? What's the difference between the two? In the folder, not in the DB. Run the migration in the DB, not in folder. Throw a fit. Right. Okay. Need some kind of orchestrator to figure out which should be applied or undone. Oh, what plugin is that? It's To Do Plus. It's the same one that Adam13531 uses. And a couple other streamers I know. I switched to it because people kept saying, why don't you use To Do Plus? We did that. All right. What's this? Fly Away by Redgate? Huh. Okay, I'll take a look at that later. Thank you, Elegane. Yeah, I need to take a break, and then when I refresh and recharge, look at some of the stuff later. You can kind of read a metatable that guards the migration level. That's why I forget who it was, but someone told me about the where was it? It was in the language file. This pragma. I think I'm just going to use this user version to track what version number my database is on. Doing the migrations in DB version versus migrations log is comparable to subversion versus Git. I'm trying to understand what playing with scissors said. DB version is to subversion like migrations log is to Git. But I'm never going to have branches, am I? Oh, maybe I will. So you're saying that if I do DB version, I'm forced into a linear history like subversion has, right? Well, not exactly, but practically speaking, usually, right? But Git allows you to have different branches, which I might want to have if I'm experimenting with yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. I'll think about that. That sounds like a lot of wisdom there. So I might be able to use... Can I put whatever I want in there? It has to be an integer, because it goes into the database header. Because if I could use anything I wanted, I could use just an identifier, and then migration scripts would know where I am in the tree. Or it would be able to look up a migration script forward and backward based off of an identifier. I wonder if there's something else I could use in here. Not that one. What's data version? Oh, okay. You wouldn't rely on vendor engine specific functionality? Yeah, you're right about that. I shouldn't rely on this. So what would you suggest? Having just the scripts just inspect the schema and see to figure out what state it's in, whether or not it makes sense? You said that a little bit ago, right? How would you know what migrations you ran in the past? How would you track that? Inside the database or outside? You said this before. How would I answer the question, what migrations did I run in the past? Would I have a log somewhere? I put it inside. Oh, like a table that I only add rows to? Like a journal? So it would be a table that I would never update or delete from. I'd only insert into. I see. And the script would just run through it and see, is it consistent with what I want to do? I missed a message in between those two? Probably. Oh, yes. That was the key one I missed. Need to run a migration. Save it in migrations log. Execute the query. If it all works, be happy. If not, cry. That one, right? Okay. Sounds like I have my work cut out for me. Especially if I want to be vendor neutral. So I have to try to kind of stick to compatible SQL if I want to. In fact, that's another reason why to have two or more databases in parallel is if I want to keep it vendor neutral, I would not only have an SQLite version, but I'd have something like MySQL or MongoDB in parallel and try to use exactly the same migration scripts on them, right? The only difference would be the adapter to talk to the database. The script itself would be the same if I want to keep it vendor agnostic. You can't make 100% vendor agnostic? Well, but what if I stick to a common subset? Yeah, if I try to minimize the amount of modifications I'd need. Not Mongo or Redis. Yeah, I don't know anything about these. I know MySQL and SQLite now a little bit. And I know that from what I remember of MySQL, this is a very small subset of that. And it's also a lot looser. So if I used a discipline on top of SQLite where the type affinities are the only types that I use, then it remains somewhat compatible with MySQL. I know that. Redis and Mongo are both kind of key value stores, so that might not work unless my database is purely key value. Yeah, I'll have to look into these things. Like maybe I just start with SQLite and MySQL running in parallel, and just to make it to keep it from getting vendor locked into SQLite, and then I should at least look into all of these and see and think about what kind of schema I would want to keep it the most vendor unlocked as possible. People slap JSON on those. Well, in a sense, my current database is a single table with a single row with a single column called JSON blob. So, anyway, I got a lot to think about. I'm going to save this stuff so I don't need this one. I'm just wrapping things up. Do I need this? Nah, don't save that. Current tasks. Yeah, I finished all that work. Let me keep this as a stream note. Doc, stream notes. These are not libraries not invented here. So this is a list of things that I didn't make that I use. All right, and then closing all this stuff, right? There's a modification here that's unsaved. Oh, the root folder, yeah. I need to update that one. We need to do mugget add SQLite and check that in. So SQLite is added to gitignore, cmakes in both places? Oh yeah, because I wanted to use it in the main, and actually maybe not. Let's not put that in there yet. Unstage that guy. Update to-dos, add the stream note, add that. So we're just going to say we're pulling it in. So bring in SQLite project. Not committed to using it yet. Still playing around with it. Actually, Redis, you think you can put anything in for the key as well? Could have a ping file in the key. As the key? Wow. Single file with a single row basically describes MongoDB. All right. Like a blob from the 50s, yes. All right. Who are we going to raid today? Twitch.tv following. Bytes are bytes, that's true. It's just how much time do you want to spend figuring out what those bytes mean? How about we switch gears and watch someone who's doing game dev for a while? Yeah. So, JoltJab was in my channel last week as a viewer, and he is also a streamer doing game dev. He is working right now in Sprite, so he's doing artwork for his game, Save the Hero, making sweet backgrounds for his game. We're going to go give him a raid and say hi to him. So there's a link to his stream if you don't get carried along with the raid. I'll be back tomorrow, as long as I don't stay up too late tonight. Will I continue this work tomorrow? Maybe. Most likely, yeah. Most likely I'm gonna try my hand at doing database migrations, because I need to have that before I go any further. But yeah, I will be back probably trying to figure out how to do database migrations tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. my time, 16:15 UTC. In the meantime, everybody take care. Goddamn, you've been awesome today. Thank you so much for all of the gift subs and the bits. It's like unprecedented in my stream. And really appreciate you and everybody else. All the followers, all the help from Playing with Scissors, Cat Peasant, Elegane, Pop Rocks, Gedem, of course, Jabico, Elegane, that I probably said already, Flask. You guys are awesome. Hope you enjoyed Jolt Jab. I'll be back tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.